Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Before I officially call this special meeting to order, I always, with all of our meetings, like to take a few moments just to run through what's on our agenda, just so that everybody has the same clear idea of what's before us for the evening. And I do have a few housekeeping notes, particularly for members of the public who are here with us, just so that you'll know what's where if you're looking for things. So I want to begin by just thanking Kim in our BevCam booth, as always, for being here with us this evening. Thank you, Kim. I know we have a good many folks joining us in the council chamber, and I thank you all for being here with us for this meeting. It's very important always to us, and I think to all of you and to folks in our city, to have an excellent public access television program channel like BevCam, where folks can follow along, so folks can be following along from their own spaces and places now, or catch up later. So thank you, Kim, for being with us. I did also want to mention that if folks are looking for the sign-up sheet, there will be some public comment taken during this meeting. If you are looking for the sign-up sheet to add your name, if you wish to speak during the public comment when we come to that portion, that sign-up sheet is on the table over by this entrance to the chamber, by the window, and you can add your name. You can get up and add your name at any point. And then I will want to make sure that we get to hear from everyone. So the way that we do that is to make it fair and equitable, depending on the number of speakers. I'll let you know what the total amount of time for each speaker will be, and then Vice President St. Hilaire will be our timekeeper. But we do that to make sure everyone gets an equitable amount of time and we can hear from everyone. So I won't be able to fully know that until I see how many folks are signed up to speak. But that is where you can add your name to speak. I also will mention this as we get closer to 7 p.m., but I do want to mention that the 7 o'clock Planning Board ADU meeting, which is the accessory dwelling unit zoning change meeting, was scheduled to be in this room. It's moving to the conference room at 7. Our Assistant City Planner, Ken Clausen, is here giving me the thumbs up. I'm mentioning that because if you were here in this room looking for that meeting, it's just going to be shifting to that committee room, to the conference room that's right behind the council chamber. I will mention that again as we get closer to 7 p.m. in case there are folks who come in here thinking there was a posted meeting for this room. And now that you all know, if a neighbor sits down next to you and says, I wish I was in the ADU meeting for the planning board, you can just direct them to the committee room. We do have just one agenda item this evening. It's continued conversation on Order 142. This is a proposed amendment change to the Beverly ordinance pertaining to the trash fee structure. And this is continued, this conversation is continued from our last regular council meeting. So we'll be taking that up this evening. With that, I'll officially call to order this special meeting of the Beverly City Council, Tuesday, May 26th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. Ms. Kent, will you please call the roll?
Crawley? Here. Feldman? Houseman? Here. Milady? Here. Rotundo? Here. Sonia? Here. Spang? Here. St. Hilaire? Here. And Flowers.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Kent. Councilor Rotundo, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo, for leading us in that Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, thank you, Councilor Spang. We do have additional chairs over here for folks looking to sit, or you can even sort of move the chairs over this way a little bit. Our Assistant City Clerk, Ms. Kirker, is over in that area. She can point you in the right direction. Thank you, Councilor Spang, for drawing folks' attention to that there are chairs here as well. So as folks are just joining us, I will mention again that this special meeting, the purpose of this special meeting is for the council to be able to continue conversation on the proposed amendment change. This is Order 142. This is a proposal pertaining to the trash fee structure in Beverly. This is a conversation begun by the City Council at our last regular meeting and will be continued this evening. Special meetings do not always include public comment. This is not a public hearing, but I had mentioned at the last meeting that we will take public comment in the context of this meeting. And if you would like to offer public comment and you're just joining us and you didn't already hear, there's a sign-up sheet on the table to my right, to your left side of the council chamber, just under that window by that door. You can stand up at any point during the meeting before we get to the public comment to add your name. We will take public comment in the order that folks are signed up. And I was mentioning before that once I see how many folks are signed up to speak, to make sure that it's equitable, I will be able to let each speaker know what the amount of time per speaker will be, so that we make sure we hear from everyone. Everyone has a fair and equitable chance to speak. So one of the things, oh, actually, I'm sorry, I wanted to just mention a few folks who are here in the room with us. Our City Council Budget Analyst, Mr. Jerry Perry, is here. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for being here with us. Our City Finance Director, Brian Ailes, I saw him come in and out. Okay, he'll be back, so we'll introduce him when he comes. Our City Solicitor, Beth Oldmixon, is here with us. Thank you, Ms. Oldmixon. And I did just see State Rep Hannah Bowen come in. Thank you very much, Representative Bowen. Nice to have you back in the council chamber with us. I think where I'd like to begin, towards the end of our last meeting, Vice President St. Hilaire, you had requested that some questions regarding City Hall be posed to the solicitor. And the solicitor did have the opportunity to respond. A written response was received today, but City Solicitor Oldmixon is here with us tonight to be able to talk about that. Solicitor Oldmixon, I wonder if we could begin with you, since this was sort of an end of our last meeting conversation. Councilors, do you have a printout of that letter from Solicitor Oldmixon on your desk? You have the full response in your email. Solicitor, I'd like to turn the floor over to you to offer an overview of your response to those questions that were sent by Vice President St. Hilaire, and then councilors, if you have questions for the solicitor, she did say she was available to answer those. So Solicitor, thank you.
Sure, thank you for this opportunity. Just to kind of give the overview, the question that was asked was for an analysis of the administrative or legislative mechanisms by which the mayor or city council could cancel the city hall renovation project. So you have in front of you my response letter, as well as the letter I received from President Flowers, and several attachments that were included with the letter that I received. I believe what you have in front of you is the response letter and the original letter. The attachments, I think you have in an email, because all told, it came to well over 100 pages. So, okay. Just generally speaking, when analyzing how to cancel a project, it really comes down to the authority between the executive branch and the legislative branch that is laid out in our city charter. So I set that forward first. The executive powers, which are vested solely in the mayor, he or she has the authority to oversee the city agencies, with the one exception of the city clerk, as well as the mayor is the chief procurement officer for the city. The legislative authority is for the power to make laws and alter them at discretion, and as well as to review budgets, including budgetary transfers throughout the year. Also, the charter provides the mandated parliamentary procedure by which the city council can reconsider any vote, and that is once this city council passes an order, it rests with the city clerk for 72 hours. If there is no notice of intent to reconsider, then the city clerk presents it to the mayor for final passage. With specific respect to the City Hall rehabilitation project, I've outlined for you the various appropriations that occurred starting in March of 2022, which was a $1.5 million transfer from the city's free cash balance to the capital project fund. And then in January of 2026, there was a loan order authorization, and as well as a debt stabilization transfer appropriation that occurred. All three of those authorizations were passed by the city council, and there was no reconsideration at that time. In reliance on those appropriations, there were 3 contracts executed, one for the owner's project manager, one for design services, and one for a construction manager at risk. To date, the city has expended approximately $3.5 million on the City Hall rehabilitation project. That is a very rough estimate. I just want to make that clear. With respect to the specific request for the analysis of the administrative or legislative mechanisms by which the mayor could cancel the City Hall renovation project, as the chief executive of the city and the chief procurement officer, the mayor would have authority to cancel the project with the limitation of procurement laws and any contracts that are already in place and subject to the terms of those contracts. With respect to the legislative mechanisms the city council has, because the time for reconsideration of the appropriation votes has passed, we're well beyond the 72 hours from the most recent vote in March. There is no mechanism for which the legislative body could cancel the City Hall project. With respect to other topics suggested for discussion in the letter, there was a request for information about an order for rescission. While there is a mechanism for rescission orders for debt authorization, that is limited to when there are no liabilities remaining. So because there are contracts signed in which there have been liabilities, there's no mechanism at this point to rescind the loan order. We would need to have assurances that there are no existing liabilities. There was a request for information about a line item veto. Because for the city of Beverly, the mayor is the one that requests appropriations and budget orders. There would not be a situation where the city council would be passing an appropriation order that the mayor opposed. They start with the mayor's office. So then there's the next two are budgetary freezing and cancellation of procurements, which would be within the mayor's authority, as well as contract termination was a request. And there are contract terms with respect to termination for convenience of the city. However, there are still liabilities that exist for such instances, which could include demobilization of the workforce, proportionate payments for partially completed work, and any termination fees payable to subcontractors of the contractors. I will leave it at that. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Solicitor. And just for clarification for those not looking at the document, Solicitor Olmixon referenced the original letter received through the city clerk from me. That was a letter relaying Vice President St. Hilaire your comments and questions. So I just wanted to share with everyone what that letter was. Those were the questions raised by Vice President St. Hilaire at the last meeting, communicated to the city clerk via email, and then just because of the way that the city council's process works, those were then communicated through the council president and clerk to the solicitor and received back to be communicated. So thank you. Councilors, are there questions for Solicitor Olmixon at this time? Councilor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Solicitor Olmixon. That was a very comprehensive analysis, and I haven't had a chance to read it all, but I think just wanted to summarize your response. It sounds like the mayor does have the authority to cancel the City Hall project.
The mayor has authority to cancel the City Hall project subject to the contracts that have already been signed.
Understood. Thank you.
Are there other questions for Solicitor Olmixon from the council at this point, or comments? Okay. Thank you, Solicitor. I know you're going to be staying with us, so if we have questions that come up, I'm sure that we'll be calling back upon you, but thank you, for getting us started. I think at this point, I just want to mention we still have folks joining us, so I do just want to make mention that if you are joining us here in the chamber, first of all, thank you. I know that we were a little pressed for seats. I know folks have come around here. There is one more chair over here that I can see, and if there is any room on your bench, maybe you could just flag down your fellow residents who are here with you in the chamber. But thank you. I want to just mention as well, if you are interested in signing up to be part of the public comment portion of this meeting, the sign-up sheet for that is on the table over to my right, your left as you're looking at the front of the chamber. You can get up at any point and add your name up to the point when we're taking public comment, of course, and the clerk will have retrieved that list. We will take those public comments in the order that folks are signed up. And I should have said at the beginning, and I apologize that I didn't, I know many of you are likely familiar with how these meetings go. You've been part of public conversation or discourse. You may notice that one of the things that might feel funny at first about public meetings like this one is that if there are questions from the council for someone who's at the podium, they may ask me if they can direct the question to the person. That's parliamentary procedure. It's not because I've decided that's how it has to be. Meeting chairs just are the ones through whom the questions come. And when we take public comment, you won't be able to have comment back and forth with each other. It really will be public comment also directed to the council, but basically to the chair. So that's just a little bit of a parliamentary procedure thing. I know it's not always intuitive, so I always like to just offer a little bit of an overview for folks. I don't want to go right to the public comment yet, although I promise I also will not keep members of the public waiting indefinitely for your portion of this meeting. I never like to make people wait for a long time when you're waiting to speak. But I do want to just pause, take up a few more pieces before we get to the public, in case there are other members of the public still coming who are hoping to speak. I'm aware that it's not always easy to find parking or to get here for a 6:30 meeting. The last housekeeping thing I will say that you'll hear me say just one more time, in case more folks come, but I do want to mention again, if you've walked in since we called this meeting to order and you are hoping to be at the 7 p.m. planning board meeting on the accessory dwelling unit ordinance change, that was scheduled to be in here at 7. It's just moved to that conference room that's right through the door where Solicitor Oldmixon is currently standing, or you can reach it going out these double doors and taking an immediate right. So if you are looking for that meeting, it's just moved ever so slightly. Mr. Perry, I'd like to invite you up just if you have anything sort of in this interim time between the two pieces of our conversation, anything that you'd like to weigh in on or offer, and if there's questions the council has, we'll certainly take them at that point, and then we can also expect to bring Mr. Perry back up as folks have questions.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. I have no public comments really to provide. I'm here tonight to answer any technical questions. I guess my only thoughts are, I wrote to you over a week ago. I make no recommendation. That's a policy decision on whatever it is you want to do. On that, my only recommendation, I will be consistent with what I said last week, is the time has come. We've been discussing this for 2 years, and as difficult of a decision that this is, and whatever decision you make, it's your decision, but I advise you as your budget analyst to make a decision tonight. That's all I really got, Madam President, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And on that note, just another process piece I will just mention. Councilors know this, but just for folks following, because this is a proposed ordinance change, Mr. Perry is urging us to make a decision this evening, to come to a decision. It will require 2 votes. Any change to an ordinance would require 2 votes. So even if the council does take a vote tonight, will not be the final vote. The final vote cannot happen until a minimum of 10 days have passed so that it can be published in the paper, and there will be a second meeting with a second vote. I just want to mention that if you're trying to follow how this will unfold. Councilor Houseman, I see that you have your hand up. Is that a question for Mr. Perry? Please.
Just a couple of questions. One, just sort of provide context for the question, my 2 questions. One is, there is an amendment that was approved by Legal Affairs and brought up before the full council to lower the trash fee from $425 to $300, and the commercial from $650 to, I think, $250. My question to you is, it is my understanding that if these numbers were to be voted on by the council, that there would be a $1.4 million shortfall, if you will, in payment for the trash fee. Is that?
That's my understanding, Council, yes.
And it's also my understanding that you, as sort of on your own creative exercise, try to figure out what a budget might look like in which you'd have to balance a cut of $1.4 million. And I wonder if you could just share, hypothetically, what kind of cuts might be involved. These are not exclusive cuts, these are not proposed cuts. This is sort of a thought exercise to try to help the council evaluate what it means to try to take care of a cut of $1.4 million.
Okay, so people hear numbers, and they hear, in this case, 1.4 million. What does that mean in services? I've estimated, and it varies, but I've always gone on the formula that every employee is approximately $100,000 with benefits and everything else, So if you were to cut $1.4 million or reduce the budget, wherever you want to reduce it, that would require at least 14 employees, approximately. However, you have to also include unemployment. Unlike the private sector, who pays into a fund at the state level, and at the government level, we pay as you go on unemployment. So my estimate would be, if you're getting strictly to do cuts of FTEs, you're talking about 20 FTEs to pay for the unemployment as well. So there's an FTE count. To give some perspective of different variations, the libraries are a little over $2 million, and you'd have to cut probably close to that with the unemployment, as I indicated. That would be, I'm not saying to cut the library. I don't want anybody to get crazy on me here. I'm trying to give perspective of what we're talking about in terms of service impact. If you were to, let's forget that. If you were to do the recreation and the Council of Aging, that about 1.2 to 1.3 million. If we were to cut 1.4, you could eliminate those services and still have to continue cutting. So there's that. Another model, if you will, the fire department. We have 4 pieces of apparatus. Each apparatus has, they have 4 shifts there. There's 4 people per apparatus. So if you were to eliminate an apparatus and just completely do away with it, that would be 16 employees. We'd still be a little short because we have to pay unemployment if you were to do that. So again, I'm not advocating any of this. That's a policy decision between you and the mayor. But to give people perspective what 1.4 million equates to, that gives you some thought process. I'm guessing, is that what you're looking for, Councilor? Some thought as to what it could be?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, I think it helps to make, in a sort of a concrete, with concrete examples, what the number might represent.
Okay.
Going from 4 fire trucks to 3 fire trucks on call at all times, closing, what did you say, senior?
The senior center and the recreation still wouldn't get to 1.4 million.
So that could be an example of what would represent 1.4.
Yeah.
You had one other example, it was?
The library, I said the library is a little over 2 million. You could, if you eliminate the library, you maybe have a couple bucks left over, but you don't forget the unemployment. Whatever you cut in FTE, and when I say, and I apologize, FTEs mean full-time equivalency, in other words, employees. We have employees, especially in the school department, that may work half a year, 0.5, 0.7. We even have that on the municipal side, but to a lesser degree. But in order to get to the 1.4, my financial calculation would require about 20 employees.
Something like that.
Yes.
And those hypotheticals are based on the amendment which is on the floor for the council to consider as changing the trash fee by lowering the amount to be paid by, as proposed by the mayor. Another question, Madam Chair, through you. The City Hall project has been frequently referred to, and Council Vice President has asked, and the city solicitor has provided an answer about what would be involved to cancel that project. If the council or the mayor, in collaboration with the council, were to cancel that project, we've already spent or committed and are liable for $3.5 million. What would be the likely impact, if any, on our bond rating if we were to do that? And if it had an adverse impact on the bond rating, in turn, what would that mean in terms of impact?
Okay. As some of you know, I've been doing this long. I've been doing this close to 50 years. I have absolutely no experience in any municipality that I worked with throughout the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts that did this kind of activity. So it's new to me. That said, having spent a lot of my career dealing with what is known as Moody's and Standard & Poor's, those are the 2 rating agencies that come in the cities and towns and review the financial operation, its management, long-range planning, a whole bunch of criteria, basically how well do you manage and run your financial operation. If Moody's and Standard & Poor's were to come in here And if we were, putting aside what the city solicitor said, somehow rescind this, it is my opinion that that puts the bond rating at risk. Because I don't think Moody's or Standard & Poor's is going to be very favorable to a municipality who 4 years ago made a commitment of $1.5 million. Last January, I believe it is, voted 7-2 to go forward with the project. To waste $3.5 million, I just don't believe the rating agencies are going to receive that very well. And it could, in my view, I'm not saying it will, but in my view, it could jeopardize the bond rating. Now, if the bond rating were to be reduced, that means borrowing costs go up, and it gets even more expensive to borrow money. All municipalities need to do borrowing, whether it's to do projects, to have liquidity, you got to meet payroll. There's a whole bunch of borrowing and bond anticipation notes. It's all Treasury Management 101 stuff. You have to deal with the banks in order to deal with a $200 million plus a year operation, and it could get more expensive if we were to have a reduction in our bond rating. I can remind you all, and I know a lot of people there don't know this, because of a lot of hard work over the last 10 years in this community, we've received 2 bond rating increases, which helped us save money to the taxpayers of this community. So I hope that answers your question, Council.
It does. I will have more questions later, but in deference to my colleagues, I will leave it at that for the moment.
Thank you, Counselor, and I appreciate that. I'll take a few more, and then I would like to shift to members of the public. I'd mentioned I don't like to keep folks waiting indefinitely. Counselor St. Hilaire, I know you were waiting, and then Counselor Maleta, I just saw your hand. So we'll go in that order, and then if there's a few more at this stage, and then I'd like to shift, and we'll come back to discussion with the council.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to comment on Mr. Perry's comments. I mean, I think Councilor Houseman, he partially answered your question, and I think it's interesting he brought up the library as an example. The reality is there are positions that have been added over the last 12 years, DEI positions, sustainability director positions, constituent services directors, all kinds of positions, use of consultants, travel expenses. Why aren't you going there, Mr. Perry? Why aren't those some of the cuts that we're doing?
To answer your question, Counselor, I was asked a modeling question. The things you've articulated, I actually did that same model to. I got to about 800,000. So in fairness to you, I will add that the things you just discussed, you articulated, got me to 888.
And City Hall is 2 million, correct?
No.
Incorrect.
We've already committed. You heard the city solicitor already talk about contractual agreements.
I heard her
some of
say
that $2
that
million.
we could-
I'm
the
trying to
mayor
answer
could
your question,
cancel that
Counselor.
project. That's
Trying
what I
to answer.
heard
I'm
her
just
say.
your budget
You're not the
analyst.
solicitor. She already spoke.
All right. I think I'm done with that.
Counselor Maleta. You'd like to go to the public? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
Let's pause here. I would like to be able to shift to public comment. I know we have a lot of folks in the room. You can certainly stay with us for the duration of the meeting, of course, but I do recognize if folks had other places you were trying to be, you wanted to come and speak and then be able to go, I'd like to make sure we take public comment here towards the beginning. I have one of the sign-up sheets here. The clerk has replaced it with a second page. So if you did not get to add your name yet, you still can. What I'd like to say one more time, for the last time, is the 7 o'clock planning board meeting scheduled for this room at 7 on the accessory dwelling unit proposed ordinance change is in this room now behind these folks in the corner. So if you're here for that meeting, you're just gonna move right on into that conference room, and I apologize for the change in location. But if you're looking for that meeting, that's where you will find it. That's excellent. Helped one person find their meeting. What I would like to do, just so that we can all hear each other. What I'd like to do, counselors, for members of the public to be able to have a moment to stand up and add their name if they did not get to already. It's quite a crowded room. I'd like to propose just a 5-minute recess for folks to do that. We'll come back, we'll go right to public comment. All those in favor? Thank you very much. If you did not yet get to add your name, if you just need to stand up for a moment and stretch, this is an opportunity, and we'll be back for public comment. I don't know how to whistle. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, everyone. So I will call the full council back to order following that brief recess to allow some organizing time for folks to sign up to speak. During that recess, multiple members of the public mentioned to me or to other counselors, it's a little hard to hear in here for some folks. It's very crowded. You also may have just noticed the acoustics are not necessarily the best. So what I will ask is that if possible, counselors, if we can move our microphones closer to us, but also if we can try to project our voices. And the same for public speakers to the best of your ability. I know we don't all have the same type of voice, but to the best of your ability, if you can try to project out just a bit, I think it will help folks who are at different places in the room. And thank you to members of the public who voiced that concern for us. So what I'd like to do now is go, as promised, to public comment. We do have quite a few speakers signed up, which is great. That means that we'll do 2 minutes per speaker. Vice President St. Hilaire, if you would be our timekeeper. And the way that it works, some of you may be already familiar with this, but the way that it works is to make it as equitable as possible. We really want to make sure we hear from everybody who signed up, and we want everyone to have the same opportunity to be able to speak for the same amount of time. You don't have to use your full 2 minutes, but if you are speaking and you hear the timer go off, if you would draw your remarks to a close at that point, that allows us to hear from everybody and make sure that everybody's remarks are equitable, and then we get to have the same amount of time for everyone. You don't have to just cut off at that exact word, but if you could draw to a close within that sentence, that really does help us to be able to hear from everyone and to be able to hear everybody's perspective, and very much appreciated. The other thing that I just wanted to mention, sort of did touch on this, but the public comment, you're just directing it to the council through the chair. We can't have a lot of crosstalk, so you can't ask questions of the person at the podium or talk to each other, or we can't be talking crosstalk during that time for lots of reasons, but among them that folks following on BevCam then really can't follow what's happening in the chamber. So it is important that we have speakers speaking to each other from the podium or here, and that helps the folks who are following at home as well, and we don't want to miss anything. So we'll go with the public speakers in the order they are signed up. If I mispronounce your name, I will apologize in advance, and please do correct me. When I call your name, you can go to the podium, and if you would begin with your name and address for the record, even though, of course, I will be giving away your name, you can restate it. And then when you hear the timer go off that Vice President St. Hilaire will be using, again, if you could draw your remarks to a close at that point. So our first speaker signed up is Kathleen Baylor, and it looks like you're already there and ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Kathleen Baylor, and I live at 26 Atlantic Avenue. We live in a multi-unit dwelling. Our home used to be a single-family home and appears as such, but was split into 6 very small units, most of which that are 1 bedroom. The total number of residents in our house is 8. 3 of those are retired and live on a fixed income. The house has 1 water meter, 1 water tank, 1 oil tank and furnace, 1 thermostat to heat the entire house. We're a condo association and receive 1 bill for water, sewer, and trash, which we bill to the unit owners through our HOA fees. We average 2 32-gallon trash bins per week. We average 3 32-gallon recycle bins per week, and we've been participating in the Black Earth Compost program since its inception. We were part of the pilot. With the new trash receptacles, the maximum we would need would be 2 65-gallon trash and 2 95-gallon recycle bins. If it's $425, that would be $850 total. We were told that regardless the number of bins, we would be charged $280 times 6 people, which is $1,680, which is $830 more than what we will be putting out for trash. Mayor Cahill stated in the May 18th meeting, it was my charge, trash and recycling should be based on who uses what, should pay for itself, and attempt to figure out how to accurately affix the fees based on usage, based on tonnage in a way that covers the cost of the program. Why are we being made to pay almost double of what we need? We are paying for bins that we won't receive, that we don't have room for, and that we will not use. This in itself is wasteful and completely unjust. We are a responsible association. We know how to determine what we need for trash bins and how to divvy up and pay our bills. Fees for multi-unit dwellings under your current plan are excessive and unfair. We respectfully request that you revise what is required for multi-unit dwellings. And I'm here on behalf of our condo association with some representatives here in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baylor. Thank you very much, Ms. Baylor. Our next speaker signed up is Larry Ridge. And Mr. Ridge, if you also would begin with your name and address for the record, and if you hear the timer go off that Vice President St. Hilaire is keeping time on, if you would just draw your remarks to a close at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for this opportunity. And also, it's Larry Ridge, 16 Woodbury Street, Ward 4. And actually, my council person already answered the question to the budget person about the fee, and if we reduce it, I was going to step up and say, eliminate the fee totally. But apparently, if we just reduce it to 300, we're going to lose firefighters or library staff. And I just would like to say, why is government always picking on the things that the residents most need? Firefighters, why would that even be brought up to eliminate? Because the mayor or the council has chosen to increase this fee, and most residents in Beverly are on fixed incomes, and it's just typical government not looking at where we can make cuts, but where can we add fees and where we can increase taxes. And this is the perfect example. So, Council Hausman, he's already asked the question, so really, I just wanted to state, for my own purposes, that's basically thank you for your time. Thank you all, and hopefully we'll get some answers tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Ridge. Our next speaker signed up is Betty Skinner. I'm pronouncing it right. So similarly, if you would begin with your name and address for the record, and then if you do hear the timer go off, if you would just
Good
draw your remarks to a
evening.
close.
I'm Betty Skinner. I live at 17 Lothrop Street. I rent there. It's a three-family, and I'm having the same issues that you're all having, but I'm very worried about mice and rats because Garden City is now the mice and rat city. And the bigger the bins, the less people are going to put them out, and the more trash, the more rats, the more mice. I think if I'm going to pick the smaller bins, because then my stuff goes out every week and it gets gone. It doesn't sit around waiting for people to fill buckets and barrels. And I own the same barrels as you have over there, and I'm wondering why I have to pay for them again. Why didn't you send out questionnaires? I drive around. A lot of people already own these barrels that the city can pick up. I don't, and what's worse is you put a tree in front of everybody's house down on Lothrop Street, further down the street. What am I supposed to do, block my driveway so nobody can get out to go to work or get in from work? Out from work mostly, because that's when they come and get trash. And I just don't get it. You got to be 3 feet from here, 3 feet from there. And I read the thing that Mr. St. Hilaire said out on the trash, and a lot of it doesn't sit well with me, that I can't write on my trash barrel. I bought the trash barrel. Why can't I write on it? If I lose it, I want to go looking around and see who the heck took it. So now I wrote on it, nobody takes it. So I don't know. I'm not happy with the increase because I'm on a fixed income like everybody else, and you're squeezing everybody on a fixed income for everything. We haven't even mentioned the water and sewer. That's coming next, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Our next person signed up to speak is Ted Richard. And by now, I think you have a sense of it, but if you begin with your name and address for the
Yes,
record.
I'm Ted Richard, and I'm from 11 Thistle Street. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for removing a case of apathy that I've had for the last 5 or 10 years. I'm very much concerned that the fees have quadrupled, or that's what the proposal is. I get that. And there were some good points about why they are, but you still, as a business person, which you all are, you still have to figure out where can you go? Go back to the drawing board. That's what I would like. What I noticed at last week's meeting is my counselor came up with a few ideas, and I'm on the Maverick side, so I'm tending to follow his lead, but I want to ask him a few questions. So I asked through you or Matt, or through you,
Yeah, you can just direct them to me. Yep.
How many employees work full-time for the city of Beverly? Does anyone have that answer?
So you can just go ahead and give your questions now. We can't do question answer, but so use your time to ask them, and then we can.
Well, I was
reflect.
working up to a crescendo.
Oh,
All right.
You still can.
So the question is, yes, how many employees are there? It seems to be also that if the city council votes against this, that can the current trash plan be extended on a month-to-month basis, or do the trash people disappear? That would be one question. And if we take the radical approach that Matt St. Hilaire is calling for, which is to let's eliminate or let's vote down the modernization of the city hall. What kind of, we know we're $3 million into it, but are those studies, what are those? Are those appraisals or what are those? And could they be used in the future when we figure out how to pay for it? So if I could get at least those questions going, I would sort of summarize it just from an observer of city government and of life. I've learned that when you're in a hole, stop shoveling. I'll end that. I'd like some answers to the questions.
So thank you, Mr. Richard. Just the way that we'll take the public comment, I've jotted down your questions. I know that the mayor is here in the room as well. We'll do all the public comment, and then we'll have a chance to reflect back questions that we hear. And I have yours written down here, and I'm sure other counselors do as well. Thank you so much. Our next speaker signed up is Jerry Cahill. Ms. Cahill, if you also would begin, name and address for the record, and if you hear the timer go off, if you would draw your remarks to a close. Thank you.
Jerry Cahill, 12 Lenox Street. I've done a bit of thinking about the way this whole thing's working out. Any of you know me know that originally I had between 8 and 12 kids living in my house for a number of years. And you could have given me 10 of those trash barrels and I never would have been able to make it. Now we're with pros at recycling in my house. We do composting, we do recycling, we do trash. That's pretty big for me at this point in time. But I look at my neighbor down the street that has 4 or 5 kids and her trash is always like packed in. And then I have the woman on the other side of me that used to only put out one little grocery bag full of trash. And there's got to be some more equitable way to do that. I don't know if we could say, you know, pay by your family size, pay by, you know, how much trash you want to put out every week. And then saying to people, well, overflow trash can go someplace else to be taken care of. You know, you've got people that just don't have the ability to do that. So I wonder if the council could think about a different way to sort of work this fee out. Could we pay by whatever size barrel you want, smaller than that small barrel? Because my neighbor down the street with the one paper bag, that would take her a year to fill. Christmas time in my house, I could use about 6 or 7 of those recycling barrels. So I wonder if people could sort of decide for themselves what they needed and pay appropriately based on that, rather than saying that all community members, including those of us who are retired and living on a semi-fixed income, you know, we know what we need to budget into our finances. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill. The next speaker signed up is Ed Stabler. And if you would just, again, begin with your name and address for the record. Thank you so much. I guess at this point, you all have that part down. Thank you.
My name's Ed Stabler. I live in 4 West Beach Lane. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, fellow residents of Beverly. Right now, our city is facing a $3.9 million budget deficit. This crisis exists despite the average Beverly property tax bill skyrocketing by 15% over the last 3 years. Despite this shortfall, the administration plans to push forward with a $30 million project to refurbish City Hall and build a new executive office annex. This is fiscally irresponsible and places an unfair burden directly on the shoulders of taxpayers. Our city cannot afford to take on additional debt for non-essential cosmetic renovations. To make matters worse, we're being asked to accept a proposal that raises our municipal trash fee by 325% to $425, alongside with a $1.6 million free cash transfer just to buy new plastic trash containers. Let's be honest and call this fee hike what it really is. It's a hidden tax. It's a hidden tax in working families, seniors on fixed income, and residents already struggling to make ends meet in an expensive, high inflationary economy. Ultimately, we're being asked to pay significantly more for basic service without any meaningful improvement to our quality of life. Furthermore, using $1.6 million in free cash reserves for trash containers is reckless. Those reserves are a safety net for true emergencies, critical capital improvements, and long-term stability. If we have $1.6 million in extra cash, it belongs in our school classrooms or invest in our crumbling infrastructure, like the sidewalks, and roads that desperately need resurfacing. It's completely unacceptable to ask taxpayers to dig deeper into their pockets for basic trash pickup while the administration mismanages a structural deficit and commits tens of millions of dollars on executive offices upgrades in a municipal building. Instead of asking citizens to shoulder more costs, city leadership must look inward for savings. We need to cut the excess, not the services. I ask the council to demand transparency through a line item audit of the waste management contract and a full cost benefit analysis of these proposed trash bins. I urge the council to reject these hikes, and I urge the mayor to stop the City Hall project immediately. The city should instead implement the following cost-cutting measures. 1, eliminate non-essential executive positions and costly outside consultants. 2, eliminate the excessive travel budget for city officials. Freeze all non-essential hiring and management salary increases, and renegotiate the city's health insurance benefits and improve operational efficiency. Beverly's leadership must prioritize core public services and real fiscal responsibility over luxury projects. Our community needs a balanced budget that relies on smart management, not new debt, and not hidden taxes. Councilors, I urge you to vote no on the trash fee increase, vote no on the $1.6 million free cash transfer, and Mayor, scrap the City Hall project and protect the Beverly taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stabler. I know that folks are feeling supportive of what everyone is sharing, or you may be feeling supportive of it. I want to encourage you during someone's public comment, just not to applaud during the comment, because if they have to pause, it can be hard to fit in that 2-minute time. And so it doesn't leave them as much time to use, so I'll just suggest it. John Fallon is our next speaker signed up to speak. If Mr. Fallon is here. Do we have Tom Hayes here then? Tom Hayes? Oh, Mr. Hayes, please.
Tom Hayes, 26 Morningside Drive, Ward 5. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak. And I really want to commend Councilor St. Hilaire for not taking the popular view and being a proponent of fiscal responsibility and executing his fiduciary duty to the taxpayers of Beverly by calling out the unsustainable spending and poor financial planning this administration, with support of some of the city council, has exercised over the past decade or so. Councilor St. Hilaire, along with former Councilor at Large Sweeney, have recognized and spoken out about this for some time. Raising fees or asking for a Prop 2.5 override are the easier thing to do. Over the years, Beverly has added high school sports user fees and student parking fees. We have parking meters in sections of the city where there were never existed before. Beverly adopted the extra meals tax levy on the restaurants. The Community Preservation Act was added to our tax bill, and now a proposed 325% increase in 1 year to our annual trash fee. A significant increase is projected for our water and sewer bill as well. We have seen significant development on Rantoul Street, bringing additional property tax revenue as a result, but this and the additional or increased fees never seem to be enough. It's tax and spend. All of this as Massachusetts becomes less and less affordable. As a result, Massachusetts has seen a domestic outmigration in population for 10 straight years now, with those people taking billions in income with them. Beverly is becoming a microcosm of the state. It's getting harder and harder for some to stay in Beverly with these additional hits to the taxpayer. It's financial death by 1,000 paper cuts. I have been part of the IRS-sponsored volunteer income tax assistant free tax prep program for our seniors and low-income neighbors at Beverly Bootstraps these past 4 years. And I'm also a Vincentian with St. John's of North Beverly Conference of St. Vincent de Paul, visiting clients threatened with eviction due to Beverly's high rents or utilities being shut off due to Massachusetts' high utility bills, some of the highest in the country. Not to mention the cost now of a cart of groceries or gallon of gas. I hear about folks' financial struggles all the time. A 325% increase in the trash fee will be passed on to renters. That doesn't support affordable housing. Yes, the current $100 trash fee never fully covered the entire cost of waste disposal in Beverly, but it was never meant to be. Years ago, it was covered entirely by our property tax. The implementation of various fees over the years, to me, has always been a way around Prop 2.5. They are, in effect, overrides never voted on by the taxpayer, and again, we will pay more. Is that the, I just want to say, I think the city council needs to, along with the mayor, take the step to right-size the city, right-size our government, and look at that before raising revenue is always the answer to our financial troubles.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. The next speaker signed up is Donna Wetmore. Thank you very much.
Short person here. Donna Wetmore, 77 Boyle Street. I had just some nuts and bolts questions, and also St. Hilaire, thank you. Thank you a lot. So I have a nuts and bolts question that I live on Boyle Street, and if you've ever driven down Boyle Street, I'm in the area that has no sidewalk. I also have a rock wall at the edge of my property that has been hit 4 times. 4 times, enough to knock boulders out of it. So I fear that these trash cans will not survive. They will not survive on my street. So am I going to have to pay for the replacement when it's destroyed by being hit by cars? Endicott is down the street. The kids are late for school. They come hauling down my street. There's buses, there's trucks, there's literally huge buses, like trailway type buses that try to go down my street, and they're already in the other traffic lane. So I am very fearful that this isn't going to work. So that's one thing. The other thing is to expect people who have a large item that they need to put out, which we've always been able to do. We probably have only done it not even once a year. But to expect somebody to drive to Georgetown on the chance that they can pay to leave it. Because if you're in line and they fill their quota for that day, they say bye-bye. So working people who have to get rid of a large item are going to have to take a day off from work to go and hope that they can actually dispose of that item. That's unfair. And at a huge increase in cost for our trash, we're going to have to do more and truck around to try and throw away our own things that are just a little too big to fit in the trash can? I'm sorry. Again, rats, mice. If we can't throw away the trash, we're going to have a health problem in addition to the annoyance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. The next speaker.
$75 when you get to Georgetown to leave something.
The ne-
If they get it in.
So folks, I'm just going to remind us the crosstalk we can't have in the chamber. We're going to have everybody be able to have a chance to speak. You really do need to make sure that it's just the speaker at the podium speaking at that moment. And the next speaker signed up is, and I will apologize if I mispronounce your last name, Kathleen Essel or Esley. Oh, thank you. My apologies if I had your name wrong.
No worries. Kathleen Essler, 44 Lothrop Street.
Thank you.
And everyone here this evening has made some wonderful points, so I'm going to be very brief and just mention one that I don't think anyone has spoke to yet. I think basically the criteria upon which this fee increase is based is flawed. I think that a better way to be more equitable to people would be to base it on the number of units, not the number of units house, the number of people per household. For instance, I live in a three-family. There's one adult who lives in my first floor. I am the adult living on the second floor. My third floor is unoccupied for 75% of the time. Why should I be paying such exorbitant fees? It doesn't make any sense for a household of total household, three-family of 2 people. No one's made any concessions for that situation yet, and I don't understand why. That's it.
Thank you.
I donate my time.
I apologize. I was looking down, making a note of your comment when you finished, so I apologize for that. Thank you, Ms. Essler. The next person signed up to speak is Henry Bertolon. Oh, thank you, Mr. Bertolon.
Good evening. My name's Henry Bertolon. I live at 245 Dodge Street. I think Ed and Tom and the others made a lot of the points that I had been thinking about, but I think we need to really look at the situation in the city. And I don't understand why we're not having, why the council doesn't have a conversation about how do we take a $200 million budget, which happens in the corporate world all the time, and we need to make cuts. So we need to cut 10% across the board. Go find it. Now, all of a sudden, that $200 million budget has created $20 million in available funds, which would more than cover the fees for the trash. And by my math, that $20 million minus $2 million for the trash leaves $18 million to fix our roads. And I'm going to leave it with this question for the council. Why are you having conversations about taking on $30 million in debt to renovate City Hall? I asked 13 people over the last week, the Beverly residents, every one of them, how often do you go to City Hall? Out of the 13, a total of 6 times over the last 3 or 4 years. I don't use City Hall. We don't use City Hall. Why aren't we talking about roads and saving money instead of spending it rehabbing City Hall? I don't get it. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you, Mr. Bertolon. The next speaker signed up is Nancy Gillis. Thank you, Ms. Gillis. I know you have probably the furthest seat. I'm sorry for the long walk. Thank you.
So I'm Nancy Gillis. I live on Gregg Street in Beverly. I have been a tax-paying homeowner in Beverly since January of '98. And I raised my children here. We went through the school system, the public school system, town sports. I have volunteered at the schools. I have coached sporting teams. I have been a very involved member of this community. The last few people that have spoken and some of the questions raised have been things I was already going to say and are excellent points. So I'm not going to rehash what's already been said. I'm very disappointed that your question was not the least bit answered. Your last question that you asked the financial guy was basically a non-answer, in my opinion. It was recently said to me that one of the reasons, one of the many, I'm sure, is for the increase in the trash is to try to find some money for all the money that was spent settling the teacher strike, which was disgusting, mind you. 12 days where our children were suffering, and now I'm being told that our trash fee is going to go up to make up for that horrendous strike that went on in the first place. And my question is, did you get a raise last year? Did your staff get a raise last year? Did the firemen and police, that are all important, yes, but the teachers are asking for a raise that for all of the work that they do for our children. And I know this is probably hard for you to understand, Mayor, because you don't have children, but teachers and educators are invaluable in a community. And talking about not settling with them in a way that is equitable and having it take so long, and then watching other people get raises and still going along and spending money, as other people have said, is disgusting. And it's embarrassing, and it needs to be fixed. And I think the point that was made by the last gentleman about, and several of the gentlemen, we need to stop spending money and finding ways to, make City Hall better. Let me tell you, City Hall, everyone that works here is lovely. The 1 or 2 times that I come in every 5 years, every time you call for a question, you get a machine. Every time you want to have a question answered, you're told to go to a website to take care of it. So it's not even like the staff here that sometimes work from home are even here answering your questions. So why do they need this beautiful $30 million building is beyond me. So these are just some of the things that I think need to be thought about. I think the stop spending and start finding ways to cut that don't affect our children, our elderly, our fixed income people, that's what we need to do. And my final point is, all of these new condos and buildings that have gone up, and all of those people that now own those and pay taxes, where is all that money going? Because my taxes since 1998 have gone up. I would say they've probably quadrupled since 1998. And I get it. Life gets more expensive. I get it. But where is all that? We have more tax money coming in than we ever have. Where is it all going? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
your
Ms.
time.
Gillis. Thank you, Ms. Gillis. The next speaker signed up to speak is Arlene Razumek. And my apologies if that was mispronounced as well.
Hi, I'm Arlene Rosmick. I live on 12 Upton Ave. And my problem with all of this is, why are we paying so much money, like she just said, when we have a bunch of condos and single-family houses turning into like quadruple-family apartments and stuff, and we're paying for all their trash. Plus, why isn't the Cummings Center kicking in? What happened? Didn't they mess us up for like a ton of money in taxes on the last thing? Like, what are they paying towards anything around here? I heard that they got lawyers and everything went down the drain, and they're just paying like $3 million a year. They're making like $10 million over there. Is that true? Can anyone tell me about that? But me, I'm a retired person, and my husband's a retired person, and this is a lot to put on us because the water's going up, the sewer's going up, everything's going up. And now my trash, I have to pay extra for trash. I just think it's crazy. I just think the city needs to rein in some things here and start charging more for all the condos that 1 million people are living in on Rantoul Street and Cabot Street and over the Cummings Center, all those businesses. Why aren't we getting some of that money? I know he owns it. I know who he is and he owns it, but I just think it's ridiculous that we're all hurting and they're building more places inside there still. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rosnick. Our next speaker signed up is Amy Galvin. Thank you, Ms. Galvin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amy Lee Galvin. I live at 26 Mechanic Street. So all of my neighbors, I think, have made excellent points, and I agree with all of them. And one of the things that we keep hearing, right, is fixed income. But I also want to talk about young families and bring up sustainability for our community. How does Beverly intend on increasing our rubbish and our trash, our sewer, and our water, and expect to attract families to keep our city sustainable? I think that needs to be thought about in a long, wide picture, right? We have these beautiful schools, we have these educators that people are bringing up. That's great, but how are you going to attract families here? The second thing I wanted to bring up, especially as a seaside town, I really would like the mayor to answer how this, making our community buy these rubbish bins, what are we doing with our old ones? Is the solution that our old ones are just going into a landfill and rotting? As a seaside town, we really need to be thinking about climate change and what that means for our community. And what that means for our community is our houses are going to be the first to go as these sea levels start rising. We are already seeing our seawalls being breached. We're already seeing the effects. Our city needs to be thinking about what that's going to look like in 50 years when our kids are growing up or when other residents are coming here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. The next speaker signed up is Anastasia Kanalopatis.
We're sort of a package deal because I came and then he showed up. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My name is Nicholas, my wife Anastasia. I came a little late, so I'm sorry if I'm going to repeat some points that have been made before. I'm assuming, and if some of my assumptions are incorrect, I apologize for it, that this is a meeting to vote to accept or not the trust fees or what level the trust fees will be. But on the other hand, we have these ward meetings that the mayor is supposed to inform the different wards about the trust and the trust fee, the contract, and what's happening. And some of those meetings have not even happened. So I think this meeting is way premature before all the people are educated. Like we are Ward 5, and our meeting is next Tuesday. So obviously a lot of my questions may be answered by the mayor on that meeting, but they're not answered right now. So I'm thinking that this meeting is way premature when all the residents are not informed what's happening. Some of those questions, for example, is why we went from the previous budget to the new budget with such an increase for less services. Other questions is why we changed the previous vendor we have. I know we had the problem we had last summer, but on the other hand, there is something, I'm thinking that there's a lack of transparency of how this was pushed through, signed. I think that the contract is already signed. So I don't know, is this a moot point having these conversations if we already owe this money? It seems like the transparency in the information to the citizens wasn't there. Now, speaking to the actual trust fee and an increase of 325% for most households is not sustainable for a lot of them. Also, what the ladies have suggested, household size should play a role. There might be families who have 4 or 5 kids, or there might be a family with 1 or 2 persons. And I do understand somebody can get the smaller size trust bin versus the bigger one, but that's not the only issue. So I don't see any thought in that process of how many people are living on a household. One of the totally unacceptable points is that you cannot have the excess bags we had before. It's not about, it's not easy for everybody to drive to other cities as people are getting older, as we all are getting older. We can't just put trash in our, cars and take it to a dump field somewhere else to dump it. The previous system, which you paid a fee and you can put a second bag with that, I think was acceptable. Or, obviously before we increased it another 325%, and now we can put less garbage outside. Also, the bulk items, I understand now there will be a fee for them. I went multiple times in the website. I called the engineering office, and I don't know even what the fees for bulk items will be. Go ahead. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, we're 2 of us, so if I can. Is that okay? Give me like 30 seconds? Go ahead.
You can wrap up in 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So based on that, I will appreciate if there is some consideration on what we can do with existing, taking into account, elderly people that they cannot move their, trash to, other places or to dumpsters. And anyhow, I'll wrap it here because I don't want to take anybody else's time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Can I make one last point? I found out about this whole situation by accident. So I love the robocalls. They're really helpful in the wintertime. But as a resident of this area, I don't understand how we could not find out. I went on our website to find out about summer yoga classes, which are lovely on the beach. Everyone should take them at night on Mondays. And that is how I found out there was a new trash service. That does not bode well for us as a town in terms of communication to the residents. Nor was this meeting on the agenda when I looked last week to find out the yoga classes have started June 1st, Lynch Park, anyone, 6 o'clock. Take care, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I appreciate your taking those questions down. I will do my very best to answer them all. When the public comment's done, I'm going to be watching on the TV for a few minutes in there, and I'll come back in.
Thank you. We do have a few more folks on page 1, and we do have 3 folks on page 2. So I want to thank everybody for being here, for your patience, for signing up, for speaking. We're working our way through, and it's a very appreciated hearing from everyone. I know it's a crowded and somewhat hot room, so thank you. The next speaker that we have signed up here on the list is Julian Savoy. Oh, thank you very much.
Julian Savoy, 20 Lincoln Street. I don't have much to add to what everybody else has been saying. They all express themselves very well. I hope you're listening. I also want to take note, and I'll mention this to Mr. Cahill. He's the chief executive of this city. He does not run the budget. If he is, I see no evidence of it. You have a spending problem, and it's out of control. I see a lot of white hair here. Those are retired people. They're on fixed incomes. Social Security gave them a 2.8% increase in their pay last year. 5% increase in taxes puts them behind. and you're putting them out of their houses because you're going to take their houses if they don't pay those taxes. It's time you got serious about this. Hold the mayor's feet to the fire and make him hold his department head's feet to the fire before this gets too far out of control.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. The next speaker we have signed up is Euplio Marciano. Mr. Marciano, thank you.
Yes. Upolo Marciano, 141 McKay Street. Trash, it's a public health issue. And when I retired from the military in 2000, I went around the neighborhoods, and you could put out 15 trash barrels at that time. Then they were talking about a trash fee, and it went down to 10 barrels. Then it went to 8 barrels, and it was a $75 fee. And then it went to two barrels, and it's a $100 fee. And that's where we were at. Question is like, what is the reason Mayor Cahill never gave the public a chance for input in reference to the trash, just like tonight, before he signed the contract? Then, let me see. Again, trash, it's a public health issue. And if we were given input, and I've said it years ago, that every citizen, free of charge, because it's a public safety issue, should be allowed 1 trash barrel. Anything after that, right now, the cost for the blue bag is $2. And if someone uses 4 of those every week for a year, it'll come out $416 more. That can increase. So that's just part of it. But again, we should not be paying for the trash. One barrel, we should not be paying for it. We pay enough with property taxes. Mine just went up 470, neighbors 477. I'm one of the lucky ones. I should be able to hang on, but if I wasn't, if someone else, it's just hard to see how they're going to hang on. I was emotional from the last speaker because he knows what's going on. Roads and sidewalks. The deficit, I look at it, was $6.3 million right now. Mayor Cahill is going to request $2.4 million out of the free cash fund to pay for that, to take it on a line item, which is part of the general fund. And that's a one-time, I mean, that's not a one-time pulling it out. So I say, just for this year, and all the departments, everyone get ready for next year, but pull the $3.9 million out of the free cash. It may be around $10 million coming up July 1st. So you can end all this tonight, but next year, you have 12 months to get this fiasco straightened out. The citizens put you in office to take care of all this. And it's not, I'm not going to say specifically your fault. We know what's been going on the past few years. But do your best, take care of the citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marciano. The next speaker signed up is Laura Janishian. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Janishian. I live at 39 Cross Street. I'm also a paper bag lady. I put out a bag of trash this big every week, and we recycle with black earth, compost, and all that stuff. And, you know, I feel like this is the most regressive thing I can imagine happening in our town. I take some responsibility because I haven't been on the trash committee and I haven't been involved, but to hear that rather than getting more encouragement for people to cut down on their waste, to perhaps mandate using black earth compost, which is done in other cities in this state. I haven't heard anything about the plastic bags like they have in Gloucester. I mean, I would really, that's a question I have directly is, has that been looked into, number one? Another, that's 2 minutes?
No, I think that's a different sound.
Anyway, have the paper plastic bag things been looked into? Oh boy, now I'm lost. I'm worried about children on bicycles. I was in a city that has these bins in you know, where everybody you line those up every week, these giant bins, and you have the automated system of garbage cans, the garbage truck coming, and those trucks are huge. And no one's there, there's no one there. There's a machine and it lifts up the thing and it throws it. I worry about pedestrians and children on bikes in this city with an automated system. I worry about things ending up in the woods because people can't throw away the bigger bins. I mean, they're bigger stuff. I worry about cars parked along the street. They park along my street every day for pickup at school. What about the bins that are waiting to be picked up, or the cars, I don't feel this has been really examined in all the ways that it could be. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Janishan, and I apologize. I think I had your name wrong when I first pronounced it, so I apologize for that. The next speaker signed up is Anthony Boff. Thank you very much, Mr. Boff.
Hello, yes, Anthony Buff, also known as Tony Toledo Storyteller, but that's the only people that know me as that are 8-year-olds here in town. I live at 3 Whitney Ave, which is 36, and I've got a massive 1/10 of an acre estate. When I bought the house, wow, that was quick. Yeah. When I bought it in 1998, my property taxes were $1,900, and now they're $6,800. So it's like, and I know this is going to be shocking to people, but my storytelling wage hasn't tripled in that time. And now that I got Social Security hasn't tripled either with it. Is there a senior citizen discount for this? So if there is, I haven't heard it, I didn't know. And my brother, who lives in Westerville, Ohio, has got the same pickup for the trash, they got the automated thing. And this winter, when they had so much snow, the streets were blocked and the garbage truck was honking its horn, couldn't back up and couldn't get through. So I'm concerned about so much snow like we had in the past, and what's going to happen with that when those streets, when all the cars are pushed together, will that truck be able to go through, and how will they pick up the stuff? And then lastly, I put my regular trash bins under my kitchen steps, and the new bins won't fit there. Boo-hoo-hoo.
Thank you, Tony. I think it's safe to say more than just 8-year-olds do know you as Tony Toledo, so thank you. The next speaker signed up is Janice Lavoie. Oh, sorry. Janice Levine, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm a retired Salem High School teacher and retired 10 years. I'm in my 70s now. I'm on a fixed income as one person. And I really, thinking about everything that everyone said, this entire trash situation hasn't been thought through by the council. I think that everything that people are bringing up was never even thought about. And this wasteful exchange of what we have out there, that wasn't thought about. We don't need all of these. And quadrupling the amount that one household pays for one person, that's outrageous. It's one thing to double it, but quadruple it? You know, I'm already back to work part-time because inflation's going up. We're looking at 4% inflation. That's the prediction. Outside of this town, in the United States, every cost is going up. And I don't feel that our trash fees should be paying for a redo of City Hall. I think that's outrageous. This is so unbalanced. I feel like it's on our backs the citizens here. I mean, I'm almost 75, and the street is horrible. I've lived here 18 years, and nothing has been done to my street. It's like, and it's one way. Thank God it's not two ways. And people speed down the street, and there's a lot of kids. There's a lot of issues that are not being addressed, especially the streets. We're waiting for this bridge to be built. You know, I'll be 75 when I can finally drive through that. No, I'll definitely make it. I'm still teaching. I'm substituting at the high school, and I love it. And I'm thinking about the future of the kids in this city. This is what they have to look forward to. The situation out there for when they graduate, and if they can afford to go to college, it's unbelievable. This is totally unsustainable. The future isn't being looked at. And City Hall, this is a great old building. There's never a ton of people in here when I come in here. Is that my bell? It is? Well, thank you very much, because I don't feel that this makes any sense. It has to be thought through again, and we should not be paying that amount of money.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Levine. I was going to say, you can always tell a teacher who recognizes the bell right at the right moment. So, the next speaker signed up is Sherry Nogler. Thank you, Ms. Nogler.
Good evening. I don't have anything written down. I just had a couple of thoughts in my head. I'd like to thank Councilor St. Hilaire for sending out information so we were informed of what was happening here. I didn't see it anywhere else, so I thank you for that. I'm also wondering, what is the status of the Dollar Tree store? We spent an awful lot of money for that, and apparently it's unusable. Is that true? Asbestos? So maybe
I'm writing
we
it down so we can get this answer. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Maybe we do something with that, try and take care of the asbestos issue and sell it, and put that money towards other things, not trash.
I'm sorry, what's the status of what? I didn't hear you.
The Dollar Tree store that was bought for a lot of money, and it stands empty. So I'd like to get an answer to that, actually, and see where that stands, and if we can recoup some money from that, or if it's lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nogler. The final speaker signed up this evening is Steve Maloney. Mr. Maloney.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council. Thanks for having us. Steve Maloney, Goldsmith Avenue in Beverly. I moved here when I was 2, so I've been here quite a while. I've also been a business owner for 30-plus years in the city of Beverly, doing a lot of what we're discussing tonight. Cleaning company for many years at the Cummings Center, and recycling and salvage and basement attic and garage cleanouts and all of that stuff that nobody really likes to talk about and wants in their city, but very necessary, as we can see tonight. Also been a homeowner here up in Goldsmith Avenue for more than 30 years. Thankfully, I just got my 100% disability through the VA recently, and I was thinking about really slowing down and retiring, but my son doesn't really, he's not enthused about that idea, but I'm thinking about putting the brakes on retiring early because I think there's going to be a big need for my services and people that provide services like me. A few things I wanted to go through real quick before my time runs out. I think it's amazing or wonderful and just that seniors are getting discounts. They deserve it, and they should. They're living on set budgets, so I think that's a good thing. But I didn't see anything in there, and I know that there's people with hardships that have an opportunity to get discounts too, but I don't know if it was just an oversight, but haven't seen anything about that with veterans or disabled veterans like myself, 100% disabled. I've got all my, thank God, got all my arms and legs, but things like that. So is there anything in the plans for that? The next one was, I think that at some point they should have included somebody on this think tank about having somebody that actually knows the trash and recycle business that can give some input, and it doesn't look like anybody with knowledge of this has anything to do with this project. And I'm not talking about the big people up in Casella who stand to make a ton of money, just people that know about how the dumps work, the recycle plants, and so on, which would be people in my industry. For instance, large items. You're going to charge $425 at the upper end for people to throw out trash per year. Some people will throw all of that out, and some people throw out very little. But you're not thinking about, what about the scrap metal, for instance? Scrap metal. You're not going to fit a bicycle in a trash bin. When the amount of scrap per ton is up, let's say $200 a ton, myself and many others would be happy to pick it up for free. But when it's down below 100 tons, which is about 2 cents a pound, there's nobody picking it up. What are we supposed to do with all that money? Real quickly, it's going to lead to trash, furniture, rugs, TVs, all of this stuff is going to go into people's private dumpsters, commercial dumpsters. It's going to be in the woods. It's going to be behind buildings. And if you think everyone's going to do the right thing, on top of being charged $425, you are sadly mistaken. You are naive. That's not how it's going to work. Most of the residents will do it, but all these people that rent tenants and they're on Section 8 and whatever, it's not going to happen. Just drive down Park Street any day, like right now. When people move out of apartments and it lands on the sidewalk, who takes care of that? The landlord. They're calling me. The other thing is leaves. I know I need to go quick.
Yep.
The leaves.
I need you to wrap up, Mr. Maloney.
Okay, are we still getting leaf pickup? Is that included? That's great. And some cities, and I know I need to go quick, some cities like Danvers, Marblehead, and Georgetown, they have dumps where residents can drop off extra. The only other thing I'll say is they should provide a dumpster down at the DPW, and maybe they have a punch card. Maybe it's not once a week, but once a quarter, once a month, you could drop off an item, and it's included. That way, I don't have to charge $150 to go to someone's house and take a SOVA, which is ridiculous. You do that on top, a couple of years on top of the $425, it's unheard of. I am available for services, but I'm also a Beverly resident, and these
Thank you, Mr.
fees
Maloney.
on top of the $425 is going to be ridiculous, just on the oversized items alone.
Mr. Maloney, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can't just take questions from we're just doing the public comment. We are, ma'am, I can't have the questions yelled out from the audience. No, we are at the end of the list.
Okay, one second. There's a misunderstanding that there's a senior discount. There is no senior discount.
So
you have to make $33,000 a year to get a discount.
Thank you. Ma'am, that is one of the questions I wrote down. We'll get that, we'll have part of that conversation coming back. I've written that down for folks. I know that was raised. So we're not able to just take questions from all over at this point. And Ms. Gillis is also correct. We've gone through the list for who was signed up. Was there anyone here who wished to sign up to comment and did not get to sign up to comment? So if you could just come forward and add your name to the list. I see 3 folks. And counselors, I would entertain a motion maybe for other folks. We'll do a 5-minute recess during this time. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes for our final 3 public commenters. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I'll call the full council back to order following that recess. So we do have just a few more folks who have signed up to speak. After we go through the remaining public speakers who are on the list, we will have an opportunity. I think we heard the mayor say that he would answer questions that were being raised. Councilors will have a chance to ask questions as well. So we're going to go through our final public speakers, public comment with our thanks to everyone who has spoken thus far and those who have just signed up. We'll continue the way that we've been going. So if you begin with your name and address for the record, and then if you hear Councillor St. Hilaire's timer go off, please draw your remarks to a close, and please do make that a close, just in the interest of making sure we get to hear from everyone in the list. So we'll begin with Angela Pagliawallo, and again, my apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
Hello, everybody. I'm Angela Pagliawallo. I'm at 5 Summer Street. I have been a resident of Beverly for almost 55 years in the same home. I really feel that this disgusting hike, of this trash-free hike, you are pushing young families out of here. You want young families here? They're not going to come. They can't afford it, okay? You are going to have illegal dumping up your eyeballs with this trash-free. People are going to be dumping it at City Hall, maybe even on the mayor's lawn, okay? Also, like for multifamily homes, my mother is an elderly woman who owns a multifamily home on a fixed income who tries not to jack up rent on her tenants. How is she going to afford these increases and not pass it along to her tenants who are paying top dollar now anyway to live in the city? It's just ridiculous. There's nothing that I can say that hasn't been said already tonight. But honestly, my biggest thing to say here tonight is lack of planning on the mayor's part does not constitute an emergency on mine or the rest of the residents of the city. It's disgusting. Most people who have jobs don't get raises every year. Did the mayor get a raise? Did the city workers get a raise? I'm sure that they did. And again, most people who go to a 9-to-5 job Monday through Friday don't get raises. And if they do, it's maybe 1%. So again, you're forcing people out of here. You're going to have rats all over the city. There's going to be illegal dumping. You're going to force young families out, and you're screwing the elderly who have lived here and worked hard their whole lives. It's just disgusting. And the other thing about people who visit City Hall, I just want to add this in. I do visit City Hall, okay? Again, I've been a resident here a long time. I come here to pay my taxes, to pay my bills, whatever I have to do, the dog tag, whatever it is, I come here. And I will say, it doesn't need a revamp. It's a pretty well sturdy building that people come to work at every day. I don't see sick people here. I don't see people falling, getting hurt. Disgusting to spend all that money. What else is the other thing I want to say? Oh, and when I do come to City Hall to park, this is just a separate thing, but there's always a city vehicle in the visitors' parking. And that bothers me, not because I can go park somewhere else, but there could be an elderly, an older person that has nowhere to park. So again, it's too many people that work at City Hall. There's too many raises. There's too much and not enough at the same time. So you expect me and all these other people to pay this exorbitant amount of money to get less services. It's really unfair. So again, lack of planning, Mayor Cahill, doesn't constitute an emergency for your residents. And that's just what I have to say, that everybody else has said we all agree on. But again, that's just my little points. So that's that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aisha Siddiqui.
Good evening. My name is Aisha Siddiqui. I live in Ward 3. My address is on file. Apologies, these aren't entirely prepared, but thank you for your time today. I just wanted to address some of the points that members of the public have brought up and clarify a few things first, and then also I have some questions for you all. I'm not really taking a stance right now. I would just like some clarity. I spoke with a nice lady who just left, the teacher, about the senior discount. And there is a senior discount. Tony Toledo also asked about it. And it's available on the city's website. You scroll to the bottom, you click forms, you can load the income waiver. You can also get the application for the senior discount. The senior discount is 50% off for an AGI of 60,000 or less. And then for income, there's an income-based waiver as well, and that is $36,000 or less. So please, I encourage the public and counselors, I encourage you to socialize and amplify that to your residents who may be in need and on fixed income. The forms are available as PDFs on the city website. And then furthermore, I would like to amplify my fellow resident who spoke about Black Earth compost. I too am, my partner and I as well use Black Earth compost, and pretty much 50% of our trash is composted. It's a wonderful service. And as we move to the young mother who spoke about, I believe, climate sustainability, we can all do our part in moving forward. And so my questions for the council as you consider going forward or not, or voting, I have some parliamentary questions that are perhaps for the solicitor, but also for you, councilors. I believe Solicitor Oldmixon had said previously that, President Flowers, you had said you need 2 votes because this is an ordinance. And I believe I heard Solicitor Oldmixon say previously that you need 2 yes votes. So I would like clarity on that. Is it that you need 2, do you need 2 full yes votes? And then furthermore, if you don't get 2 yes votes, what happens? And then after that, what is the timeline we're working backwards from? I understand that the trash fees are supposed to go into effect on July 1st, but oftentimes with contracts and other kind of city rollout and ordinance changes, is there another, like today is May 26th, right? Are we working on everything needs to be decided by June 15th, everything needs to be decided by June 7th, by June 30th? Like, I'm just wondering what is the actual timeline and the pressure as we move forward with more meetings. As President Flowers, I think you said we have another public hearing that will be published. And so that's my next question is, what are the future public meetings and public hearings that will be available? A gentleman had mentioned that some of the ward meetings had not happened yet, and so allowing that would be really important for those residents. And then lastly, councilors, I understand that, last question, I promise. Last question is, I understand that there's a lot of information on the city website, but I would love to know how you all are reaching out to your own constituents, and I know you are doing your jobs, and my question is, how are you engaging and connecting with your citizens on this important matter? And then finishing on a token of gratitude, I know the City Hall project is a big thing, and people have talked about it. I would just like to say thank you to all the City Hall members, to our councilors, to our city administration. It is hard to run a city in hard times and financial crisis, and I don't want you to go unthanked because you do hard work. So thank you, city employees.
Thank you, Ms. Siddiqui. The next speaker signed up is Ron Gennard. Thank you, Mr. Gennard.
Thank you. It's Ron Gennard, 1 Melvin Avenue. I just lost it. Well, first of all, I want to know why you voted on the City Hall project without having a budget. Now, you're being asked again to vote on the trash without a budget, okay? And I also find it insulting that the mayor is telling the citizens of Beverly that if you have too much trash, you can bring it to Georgetown, okay? Do we have a deal going with Georgetown? Is Georgetown expecting Beverly residents or anybody else? This don't make sense to me. That's all I really got to say. And obviously, there's a communication gap between the mayor and all the councilors, no doubt about it.
Thank you, Mr. Gennard. The next speaker signed up is Heidi Bissell. Thank you, Ms. Bissell.
Good evening. Thank you. So much has already been said, and I hope everybody is listening because it's a tough time. But I just want to say also that I feel, and I know I've talked to some business owners that have run businesses and know how to cut if things need cutting. I feel like the citizens of Beverly are being kind of held hostage, where I feel like the city did not do right by selling the Briscoe building for pennies on a dollar. Many of us maybe here could have bought that place. That was huge. The Dollar Tree, that's all already been mentioned, also mismanaged spending and buying. Again, I've mentioned the EV buses that the city had to have years ago. We had to have them. They are all sitting, doing nothing, because we don't have any power to fuel them, and we have no mechanics to fix them. So I feel, and then I listened to the mayor and the gentleman, and they all say, well, if this doesn't get done, you know what's going, something's going, you know, and I feel like we're all being held hostage, and it's not through fault of our own. I think that you really need to look, and if we need to line item everything, maybe we don't need a mayor with 3 assistants, or we don't need these travel things. I don't know, but I think if I were to help look at these line items, I might question some of them and not just let them slide right through. So that's what I'm just asking. If you would please be, and I'm not saying any of you here voted for all those things that I just said. It might have been before your time. So I apologize don't take that personally, but I think that we as a council need to do better to see where we're spending our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bissell. The final speaker this evening will be Elena Pitt. Thank you very much, Ms. Pitt.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elena Pitt, and I live at 44.5 Chase Street. Sorry, I ran over here putting my 1-year-old son to sleep, so I got here as fast as I could. Young family that just moved here about 1.5 years ago, and yeah, it's expensive. Housing is expensive. We paid a lot of money for our little, no worries. You're totally fine. Enough about the cost of housing, though. 2 things I wanted to ask that I don't feel have been clarified, and I think this is kind of just a general municipal budget, socializing it with the public. What actually would happen if the city didn't do the City Hall project? Does it actually put tons of money back into the city's coffers that can keep these fees down, or is that just kind of wishful thinking? And then my second question is about the Dollar Tree building, which is up for sale. There's an RFP out right now, that's, I think, due at the beginning of June. And my question is why is the city keeping over half of the current plot for parking? That means no property taxes, no money from that sale, and I don't know what you're gonna do with the small lot that you're trying to offer to people. And I think that we need some answers as to why the city, did they do any cost-benefit analysis on how much parking revenue they're going to make versus how much property taxes they're going to make over the next 5, 10, 15 years, and from the sale as well. And I think that there are a lot of questions around that need to be answered. I know it's more about the budget, but it's all related to the trash too. So just wanted to come here and say my piece. Thank you all for your work. Thank you all the City Hall workers for your work. I've worked in city government before. It is a thankless job, I know it, and we really appreciate you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pitt. I think we are at the point where I know we have a lot of questions before us. I think councilors have come with their own questions as well. And so we will just invite the mayor to come back and join us. Mr. Perry, would you mind walking down? Oh, actually, I can see him. Okay. You're up. So councilors, what I would like to do is Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll invite you to take the floor and address any of the questions that you heard. We certainly have the questions written down as well, I believe. And then counselors, I'm sure there's questions that you have come with as well. And so I think we'll enter into that part of the meeting at this point. I will say again, thank you to everybody who has been with us throughout the meeting. Thank you to folks who have been coming and going as you've needed to. I know we've heard some folks allude to it. There's many reasons why you're juggling your life and you're juggling what's happening in your life or your children or your families, and then you're trying to get here. You're following on BevCam. So thank you for juggling and for being here with us in the ways that you can. Thank you for folks who are following along. Everyone is welcome to continue to stay with us here in the chamber. But if you do need to get up and to go for any reason, please don't feel that you need to wait for a recess or a pause. You're certainly welcome to come and go as you need. Even if that's just to step out to use the restroom and to come back or to get some water. There is water in the hallway. I know it's a little warm. So that's where we're at. Mr. Mayor, thank you. We'll turn things over to you, and then councilors will open up for some discussion as well.
Thanks, Madam President. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, for your thinking and your questions. I will try to answer whatever I can remember. And Madam President, I know you wrote a lot of things down. I do want to lead by saying that I felt compelled to bring forward a proposed fee structure that would fully cover trash and recycling costs in the city. I certainly didn't want to, and I didn't like saying aloud the numbers, because I get it. I feel that sensitivity to cost too in my own personal finances. I know most of us do. And so, Council, obviously, you are your own branch of government, and wherever you go with this, you'll go. One thing I do want to ask, we talked some last time, and it wasn't in our initial proposal, but listening to people with concerns about not potentially being able to handle all of their trash needs with a 65-gallon barrel regularly. I mean, here and there, they might need more. I would ask you, wherever you set the default fee for the 65-gallon barrel, let's make available a 95 for kind of proportionately the same amount more than the default that the 35 is less, if that makes sense to you. And again, I certainly am sensitive to the fact that it feels like a lot, it feels like too much. And I know that's why you're discussing it tonight. I do want to share some thoughts on other projects and budgeting generally to make sure we're all kind of working from the same foundation. So electric buses have been brought up. In this city, we have done 4 rounds of electric school buses. The first 3 were in total 5 buses. They have been lease arrangements to own through a company that has bought them. They have cost on balance the same amount as we were paying in the city through the school budget for the diesel buses in terms of an annual payment. Then a couple of years ago, the federal government made available a big grant, Clean School Bus grant through the EPA. We went after that grant and we received it for 8 buses. Then the governor and lieutenant governor, seeing that that grant would cover the delta, the difference between the cost of a diesel bus at about $130,000 to $140,000 and an electric at about $350,000. It would cover the delta, but it wouldn't cover things like the cost of electric charging infrastructure, the cost of working with the utility national grid to get connected and to install. So the state government made money available through a separate grant program. We applied for and received that grant. We received $2.9 million between those 2 grants. And then there's another $300,000 available in direct payments from the IRS, and these are still available after the dust has settled on everything else, for the electric chargers themselves. Therefore, the grants and the credits cover the whole cost of each bus and the infrastructure and the install. meaning that by going after those grants and working out so hard to get them, we have saved the city roughly $970,000, just shy of $1 million, which is what it would have cost to buy 5 diesel Type C big buses and 3 gas smaller buses. So on balance, each of the kind of forays we've gone into RFPs to get electric buses have been have paid for themselves, and this latest one, it saved us $1 million in costs we would have had to spend on the other buses. It's true that the new buses aren't in service yet, and that's because on January 22nd of last year, President Trump froze all federal grants and spending to states and down to county and municipal. As a result, we had to freeze work on the project for several months, which has cost us time in working through the process of getting connected through National Grid and a couple of other pieces to doing the project. The buses will all be fully chargeable in the next month or so, which will have them fully available for the coming school year. And they will be essentially as new, and they'll all have they'll have a life cycle of serving our kids in our community. Second, the dollar store was raised. So several years ago, we were approached by a developer out of Boston who were looking to buy the dollar store from the owners, build 120, for the most part, luxury apartments, and they were going to use every parking space on the parcel. Now, you probably thought, like I did when I was growing up, that those parking spaces belong to the city. They never have. We always have leased them for decades and decades from the property owner. So we worked with the developer, honorable people, and we worked with them for a couple of years to try to figure out how they could, A, build something smaller, which they ultimately weren't willing to do, B, recreate parking, either underground or stadium parking. And nothing ultimately was going to work for anything less than, we had numbers per space, and they came into the, several $100,000 range. And so we decided at that point to get an appraisal of the property. And the appraisal of the property landed at about even a little bit less than had been calculated as the cost for parking. Underground's the most expensive, podium the second. And in any event, we would have lost a good number of spaces. We would have been able to recreate, of the 107 spaces, we would have been able to recreate about 70, 75 spaces for a price tag which is in excess of what we ultimately bought the parcel for. So we went back to the would-be developer and the owner, and we ended up with a friendly taking with the owner of the price tag that it was secured for. And the reason we bought the property ultimately is the downtown needs those parking spaces to thrive. This is the heart of our downtown business community. There are a lot of residents who rely on overnight parking, either in the lot or on street. And to take out of circulation 100+ spaces, that would have been extremely damaging and destructive to our downtown. So we had to go that route. Now, we've worked very hard since. We did take a look at it for potential city hall temporary space during the city hall project, and we quickly figured out that the cost was going to be really too high to consider. And that's okay. The purpose of taking and buying that parcel was to save the parking, to keep our downtown strong. So we've gone and worked with a number of parties. We worked very closely with our own ECDC, the Volunteer Resident Economic and Community Development Committee, as well as our planning department, to figure out how to RFP that property. And we put the property out on the market a few months ago. The RFP is due June 8th. If it's not extended for any reason, then that'll be the date that we see who has responded. Now, we couldn't offer somebody the ability to do what the original group wanted, which was to go curb to curb, sidewalk to sidewalk, all 4 sides of the property, because we need the parking that was the motivation to get the parcel in the first place. We have been able to identify about 20 spaces that are available to them, and we also have looked at with, very closely with the ECDC and planning and with would-be respondents, at the potential for some podium building over parking. So there's an ability for somebody to respond. It'll be a project of a certain size. It won't be what it would have been if the whole parcel was just out there and we could easily do without it. But that's in the works, and we'll all hear more in June. The City Hall project, I have to say this. City Hall was renovated in 1933 and 1934 with a WPA grant from President Roosevelt during the Great Depression. That's on a building that was built in 1783. City Hall is in desperate need of meeting spaces, of bathrooms. The workspaces are completely insufficient for the people who are working here. The HVAC, we're sitting in a council chambers that doesn't really have the capacity, to control the climate when the room is full like tonight. But I will say the HVAC on the third floor is horrible. The HVAC on the first and second floor is only heat, and it's about 30 years old, and it's in need of replacement, the equipment. There's no AC on the first and second floors, only window units. The insulation in the building is for the most part, non-existent, so the ability to keep offices from being too cold in the winter and too hot in the summer, and the ability to save on our energy costs, which over time really matters, is almost non-existent. The electrical, the IT, the plumbing, all desperately in need of replacement and upgrade. The building is in significant ways not compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. So, and we're not able to keep our health department, our building department, or our retirement department here in the building. They all have been out of the building for, in some cases, decades. The health department specifically is in the senior center, which is meant to be focused on the needs of the seniors, which is the single greatest growing population in Beverly, and we need for the health department to vacate the senior center, which they will when this project is complete. This project, and you councilors know this, and we've spent a lot of time on this over the last several years, and I'm grateful for the support for it. This project is anything but what it shouldn't be. This is extremely basic. It meets the needs of our City Hall workforce. It meets the needs of our greater community. And it is at a price point that we've been able to keep down over several years of working to get us here. In a time with a lot of inflated costs on many, many things. The other key point about the City Hall project, in addition to the need to do it, is that we have, as a city, cities and towns really need to hold a percentage of their operating budget for servicing debt. It's the same as any of us do with installment loans, with mortgages. There's debt that needs to be paid on these projects that we bonded for. In this city, in the mid-90s, it was made clear, it was understood that our school infrastructure was woefully inadequate. We built 5 renovation additions to existing elementary schools. We built a new elementary school. Then we built a new high school. Then we built a new middle school. We've then since built a new police station. The need on all these buildings has been clear and I think well articulated for decades now. Every single one of those projects was completed through servicing debt in the operating budget. Never once has the city tried to get a Proposition 2.5 override to build a building. That's a value statement that was made by the city leadership at the time, and we've tried to adhere to that. In order to be able to do this, we need to keep that line item that focuses on paying our debt. We need to keep it from slipping down below where it is. It really should be at 7 to 8%. That's a best practice. It's at 5%. This project will largely keep it at 5% as this project starts in and other projects decrease in payments and eventually come off the books. And at the point where this project would go above 5%, that's the point where we're projected to have fully paid our pension obligations, which is a statutory obligation that the state requires that we make investments every year to fully fund our pension system. And that's in 2033, 34. that debt service would bump up above 5. That's the same point when we're supposed to be fully funded, and we'll have some flexibility with some money that doesn't have to go to pension payments anymore at that point in time. So those are just some thoughts on capital projects. Last point on that is that lined up behind City Hall are the 6 elementary schools, the 5 elementaries, and then McEwen that's used now as our pre-K center and school administrative offices. All 6 of those buildings are coming up on needing new roofs and new HVAC systems because they're all getting to be 30 years old. They were built one after the other 6 years in a row, and they're coming due over the next several years. We still need, we have made some significant investments together at Central Fire Station, at North Beverly Fire Station. We're in the process of undertaking a needs analysis of where we are with those 3 stations, and so we've got to keep an eye to potential improvements there going forward. We also know that our main branch library is getting improvements made at a price tag of about $2.3 million, and that will, hopefully help us for several years, but there will be additional investments needed there. So a number of building, just realities. Budgeting broadly. It's been said a few times and asked, what about each year when you see a new building go up, when you see people investing in property? That's one thing that as a community we have tried to facilitate is people investing in properties in Beverly, because making investments increases the value of properties, and the only ways that we have to raise money in Beverly are Proposition 2.5 says that the total property values can go up by 2.5% from one year to the next. Now, some years your own property taxes may go up more than that. Believe it or not, some people's go up less than that occasionally because it has to balance out at a 2.5% increase in the aggregate on all the properties in the city. That's state law. The other ways that we can raise revenue are to try to facilitate and generate new growth. That's when people invest. If a company buys all new equipment for their manufacturing floor, that's known as personal property, that's new growth. If somebody puts on a new kitchen, a new bathroom, an addition to their house, if somebody tears down and does a rebuild, we've seen a lot of that along Rantoul Street. A lot of older buildings torn down and rebuilt, mixed use with commercial retail on the first floor and housing above. Yes, those buildings bring more tax revenue the year that they're built, the year that we capture that new growth. After that, and every year after that, they become part of the total, the base of all properties, and in the aggregate, they can only go up 2.5%. In the 1 year that we capture that new value, that's new growth. The reason new growth matters is that the city's expenses go up more than 2.5% every year. The pension mandate, and we've been putting a 4.5% increase into our pension fund every year for, I think it's a couple decades by now. And I'm going to ask Mr. Ailes, who in a given year, that 4.5 represents 400, 500, 600,000 a given year. 6 to 7. This year, so that's an additional 600,000 to 700,000 that's got to go into pension. It's a state law. What happened was 30 years ago, cities and towns and counties were not, they were playing a little bit, play's the wrong word. They were not funding their pension funds sufficiently. They didn't see a way to do it, and they weren't. And so there was a fear that those pension funds were not going to be solvent as they were needed. So state law said we have to just invest until it's fully funded. It's a long discussion, but there's a threshold that we'll get to on a schedule as long as the state pension fund performs and continues to generate income. We'll get there at around about 2032, 2033. The other big driver in our budget is healthcare costs. We're proposing a 9% increase in healthcare premiums because that's where it's going. I mean, and we all have that. We understand that piece. It's challenging. And so those are two of the biggest. And the third is salaries. And the reason I say them together, is they all have to do with the people who work here. And I will give you the numbers because I was asked for those numbers and I double checked them. The The thing that cities and towns do more than anything is we provide services, right? Police, fire, public works, public health, libraries, parks and recreation, seniors, veterans, schools, all those services that we all as residents count on, that's what cities and towns mostly do. So most of the cost of what we do every year is the salaries, the pension, the health care. And yes, they go up higher than 2.5%. Now, I'll also say we're about to start year 3 of all the contracts. School side and city side, most every contract is going into year 3. And those contracts are strong contracts for the unions, and they're fair contracts, and we had to get there because that's where the industry is, meaning that's where cities and towns with whom we compete for those employees, that's where they all are. And so I believe they're fair contracts. I believe they're responsible to the community and taxpayers as well. And that's just the reality of what it costs. So a couple thoughts, there on budget. The last piece on budget, I should say, part of why each year we go through and it's not been easy other years. This is the year that you see us looking to increase the trash fee to cover all of, or maybe not all of, but a good part more of the total cost of trash recycling. That's why this is in front of us. The reason we're here is we have pulled other levers. We have decreased spending in a lot of other places to make our budgets balance. And the reason it's so hard to balance our local budgets is that from 2003 to today, the state has significantly cut how much of our budget they fund. During the 2 recessions, back to back, 2003, I think 3-4 it hit, and then late 8 into 9, the city cut over $7 million in state aid. You could call it local aid or state aid, it's the same thing. The state cut over $7 million of aid to Beverly. At that time, before they made the first cut during the first recession, state aid made up 24% of our operating budget. Today, state aid makes up 13% of our operating budget. It just puts more on all of us. And as I said, there are only a handful of levers, right? It's new growth, it's property taxes, it's people buying new cars and excise taxes, and it's fees. There's not a big list of places we can look. So I think what I want to do is I want to go to the financial piece that you've been asking for, and then maybe after that we can try to answer some of the logistic questions about what the new trash program is meant to look like. That make sense?
It does, and I think if in those conversations there are questions that we had heard tonight that didn't get responded to, we could just raise those as well.
Okay. So, so first I'm going to go through some of the cuts that we were proposing even if you were to pass the whole of the proposed trash fee, right? These are things that I was and am planning to bring to you when I present the budget next Monday night. So, hey, Sherry. So there are a number of positions that people left, we didn't fill, and now we're zeroing them out, right? The term for that not everybody does, so I'll say it. Attrition is the word. People know what it means. So attriting a position is when somebody leaves and you don't hire a replacement, right, or a successor. So there are roughly 7.5 positions that we're attriting in the proposed budget. The sustainability director position, the assistant finance director position. We have 3 lawyers, 3 city solicitors, Ms. Old-Mixon and 2 assistants. One of the assistants we're bringing down to half-time. Senior clerk in the city clerk's office. So Ms. Kent, remind me, that means you'll be at 4 FTEs and you were at 5. So down to 4 FTEs. So senior clerk. The associate planner position, so we're eliminating that position. Assistant animal control officer. 1 patrolman in the police department. And then there are some positions that people are in today that we've had to inform them that we will be eliminating those positions with the new budget. And those are the telephone operator at City Hall, part-time human resources assistant position, a position in the Inspectional Services Department, and we're taking the DEIB coordinator position from full-time down to 20 hours per week. The total FTE in there, and we've got a reconfigured position in the fire department that is, we're looking at as a part-year dragging of a position. So you add all those together, and you're at 10 and essentially 10.3 positions. Those are what I'm bringing to you, and that presumes the full trash fee would be passed. Again, I fully understand that may not happen. So you also asked, what are the areas we would look if you were to, for example, pass the proposal that came out of subcommittee? And Mr. Ailes said that we'd be about $1.4 million short if you passed it with that. So here are the places we're looking. One place that we're looking is the K to bus line. Now we get some state money from the MBTA. We would forego that money, and we would cut $130,000 out of our own budget. What that means is the one fixed route bus service that we provide our community, and it's largely people who don't drive, who don't have a car, or whether by circumstance or by age. And so that's something we don't really want to do, but that's a place to look. We're looking at, we just had a position in engineering that's coming vacant with somebody leaving, so we would attrit that position. We would need to eliminate at least one position in DPS, an additional position in the police department, one in the fire department, one at Veterans Services, and we'll be looking at more. I should also say that the Assistant Sustainability Director, and I know some of you have asked about that position, I met over the weekend with our anonymous donor who has in total and in part funded both sustainability positions from the start, and that individual agreed to make an additional donation to fully fund that position for the next 2 fiscal years. So that's taken care of, and that will help with, that can help with this 1.4. Okay? We don't have it all sorted from last week to this week, but we're looking at every line we can, and those are some of the things I will say, and it's not a best practice, because if you take that vote, it will cut the revenue stream, so best to make the cuts now, but if we can't make all the cuts to 1.4, we may look to put a little bit less in roads and sidewalks and put some of that over for the year. Not ideal, but as I said, we're continuing to look throughout the budget at other lines in addition to positions. Do you want to go through the questions that haven't been answered that folks brought up?
Let's do that, because I do know it's getting late for folks, and I see that folks have to go. So, and other counselors, if I've missed something, please let me know. Some of these were asked by more than one person, so I've tried to gather all of that together. So there were several questions about just how it's being determined, especially for multi-unit dwelling. For folks, there was an example given where one home has been divided into condos, but they will be charged for far more bins than they need. And so what is the way that multi-unit homes could be more fairly assessed?
Right. I'm happy to talk directly with some of the folks who came up earlier. For each household, there needs to be a fee. If a condo association or a homeowners association wants to get together and let us know that they need less in the way of capacity, then we can look at wherever you land on the lower number for the 35. If you got, if the goal of the collective is to go with a couple bigger barrels for multiple units because they're easier to coordinate and work with on the property, we'll work with them and try to figure out what's the right level of fee. It really should be, it needs to be by household. And I think, we'll continue to work. There are a number, it's not an endless number. There are a number of people who find these dynamics. I also want to touch on the fact that, all that we're doing here is all of the whole of what we're doing is trying to make this work for almost 42,600 people in terms of all the city services we all rely on. The trash program, you may know this, not everybody's on the city's trash program. If the building you live in has more than 6 units, then you can't be on the city's trash program. Larger apartment and condo buildings, sign their own contracts with private haulers. If you're on the program, you're one of the roughly 12,900 residents and just about 300 businesses that are currently on the program. So we've got about 13,200 some odd customers in the program. I also, because I remember this question, if you've got a bin that's in good shape, it seems wasteful. We will ask the manufacturer, but I will tell you this, the reason for new carts is that each cart is going to have a barcode, and that will be connected to each customer. Whether those, how they are affixed or ingrained in the process, we'll find out. And in addition to that, our Waste Reduction Committee, which is a group of volunteer residents who do amazing work and have helped a lot with this process, are looking to set up a donation opportunity. If you've got a barrel that is in good shape and you think it's wasteful to have it, collected and destroyed, you're going to get your cart for recycling and for trash from the city. You can donate that barrel in good shape if you have no use for it and no place to keep it, and our Waste Reduction Committee will try to find a home for it, somebody who might want to use it for other purposes. If that's not really your concern, but you're just kind of wondering, how are we getting rid of what we have? I, for example, have one trash barrel that has been beat up really badly by the trash collectors over the last decade. First it lost one wheel, then the other. It's all ripped up. The cover doesn't work anymore. And I've got one barrel that's in great shape. So the one that's all beat up, I'm waiting for for Casella to pick it up. The one that's in great shape, I'll keep for yard work. So, that may be the dynamic with a lot of folks. After the automated pickup begins, we will set a 2-week period where Casella, and Casella is the company that we signed the contract with, where they will come in 2 weeks in a row, and on regular trash day, they will take old barrels and bins. Those barrels and bins will be compacted, and then they'll be brought to the incinerator. I know it's not ideal, and that's why if you have barrels that have life left in them and you don't have a use for them at home, we're happy to try to, have somebody else find a use for them. Madam President, next.
There were questions. This one was a specific example for a resident living on Boyle Street, but I do imagine that many of us have heard this kind of a question. Residents living on narrow streets with no sidewalks. This particular example was on Boyle Street. There's been damage to their rock wall. So what will happen? I guess it's sort of twofold. How will narrower streets be handled? I'm sort of adding that one in. But the other specific question there was, for folks living on those kind of streets, if there's damage to their bin because it's hit by a vehicle, because there's no sidewalk, are they then responsible to replace that bin?
So, couple things. Casella will be responsible for servicing, repairing, and replacing bins as long as those bins have been damaged in the collection process. If you take the bin and use it for other purposes and it's clear to them that it's been damaged for that reason, then they won't. Then you'd have to pay. If somebody, Ms. Wetmore, I don't know if she's still here, but if somebody were to crash into her bin and into her cart and destroy it, we'll make sure we get her a new one. I mean, that's. I hope that doesn't happen during the course of the next 5-year contract and beyond. I do also want to say that Casella is in the process of spending time in Beverly to figure out what streets might not really work for automated. We know that there will be a small number of streets. We expect most of the streets that won't work for automated may really reside closer to the water here in Ward 2 because they're tight, windy streets, some of them. They're streets that are 400 years old or close to. A street like Boyle's, yes, it's narrow for a lot of purposes. it also is a street that the automated truck can certainly navigate and pick up the barrels. And I understand there's been, people have expressed concern about how their barrels are going to sit somewhere and be able to, find a home while they're out there. I guess a couple things to say to that is, we've all been putting barrels out for years and years and years. These carts will be water going out instead of the barrels and the recycling bins. If somebody has a particular concern that they don't have the right frontage for it along their property, please call us and we'll go look at it and talk with you and try to figure it out. Automated trash pickup is where the whole country is headed. We learned this clearly during the trash strike last summer when Republic's out-of-region workers who came in didn't know how to operate front-loading trucks that picked up dumpsters. Didn't know how to, they didn't really have any experience or recent experience with people on the truck jumping on and off. They're used to driving trucks that they have an arm that goes and picks up automated and moves on. The haulers made clear to us that they would not be interested in a rear load contract, except for one hauler. And I should just share this as well. We reached out to every hauler who does business in this region to get them to sit down. 5 trash and recycling haulers and the owner of 2 of the incinerators in the region all came and met with us. We met extensively with them, asked them a lot of questions, tried to get from them what the state of the industry is. Prior to that, we had met numerous times with representatives from the Mass Department of Environmental Protection who guide and help communities that are going into and through the trash and recycling contracting process, and brought a lot of learnings from other communities. So we did all that, and then we put an RFEI, a request for expressions of interest. It's like a request for proposals. And of the 5 haulers who we had met extensively with, 3 of them bid. 2 didn't want to do work here. 3 of them bid. 1 of them bid on what it would look like to keep doing what we're doing with a rear loading truck. And I will tell you that probably largely due to the greater labor costs, their bid was about $950,000 more per year. So over 5 years, just a shade under $5 million more over 5 years. That really ended that conversation about continuing a rear load system. As I said, the industry has gone automated. And they're working in communities that are a lot more difficult than ours and communities that are easier than ours in terms of the geography and the layout. They've got experience in this space and we'll be working with them. So if you think your street might not accommodate automated, tell us. We'll make sure we flag that street. We'll look at it together with Casella. I don't know if I fully answered the question, but.
I think similar, it's tied in with that same sort of line of thinking. There was a question tonight, but I know I've heard it, other counselors may have heard it, particularly for streets that may not be too narrow regularly, but in a bad winter snowstorm year like this one, if streets are not able to be cleared curb to curb in the way that we're used to, that narrows the streets, cars sort of are in different places. The question about what happens to automated pickup if we've got that much snow.
Yep. I mean, obviously, snow is another complicator. And so when it comes, we're going to work really hard to make sure the streets are appropriately cleared. And, and generally, they're a 1 or 2 day event of plowing before the trash and recycling pickup resumes. We're going to do our very best. I mean, Commissioner Collins and the team at DPS have a lot of experience with that, obviously. So the goal is to make sure that, there's a minimum of problems, a minimum of disruption due to snow and ice. Oh, I remember one of the questions came, Madam President, about staffing, FTEs, how many people work in different spaces. So let me just grab my phone because I checked some numbers. On the school side, there are in total 824 and a half full-time equivalents. So an FTE may add up a few different part-timers, and I'm sure that the 824 aren't all full-time, but some combination of most of them are probably full-time and then a number of part-time. So 824 and a half. That's the number of personnel in the schools. On the city side, The total number is 347 and a half. And of that, about, I think, 211 are in the police, the fire departments, and the Department of Public Services. 79 police, 69 firefighters, and 63 DPS employees. And then the remaining roughly 130 are in all the other departments. And those numbers are before we started the attriting and laying off process that we're undergoing now. Okay?
Thank you. There were several questions, folks wondering about, and then another member of the public did point folks, I think, to one of the places they could find this information or applications, but there were questions about the senior discount, if it exists and how to find it, hardship discount, and a question about whether or not we had or would consider veterans or disabled veterans discount similar to those.
Sure. I can tell you what we have, and then, I don't know if you want to ask our finance director or your budget analyst about the other, but there are currently ordinances in the city that provide for a hardship waiver. If somebody believes that their income level is too low, we encourage them to run their information through the Federal Housing and Urban Development formula for our region. And if they're below that threshold, then they can get a 100% waiver and not have to pay the fee. There is similarly, but a little different, for senior citizens, there's an ability to again, run your income through that formula. It's a HUD-based formula, and you can either qualify for a discount or, going back to the hardship, you might qualify for a full waiver. You may not, but if you think if that's a concern of yours or a neighbor or family member of yours, they really should try to run through that formula. We have that on our website, and you can also call my office or the engineering office where people can walk folks through that whole process. As far as whether there should be a similar ordinance for veterans, it is certainly a policy question for you and me, and I think I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Spang, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, I would recommend for the hardship waiver. I've looked at the form. It looks like it has the income levels for one-person or two-person households, but not for 3, 4, or 5-person households, where the amount of income that you can earn under the HUD guidelines continues to go up as you have more household members, not just the number of adults. So I would just recommend changing the form to show.
So it's a question of more dependence.
Yep.
That level goes up, and you're not seeing that on the website?
It's not on the form. The form just has 1 and 2 adult occupants. So I would just recommend adding as household sizes increase.
Yep, okay, all right. Yeah, absolutely, we'll follow up with that. Oh, and I do want to say, I don't want to leave that topic, but I have something different. Are we good with that topic of the waiver and?
Yes, and I think when we come back around to the point to talk with Mr. Ailes, I'm happy to ask you that question, Mr. Ailes or Mr. Perry, about something similar for our veterans as well, so I'll flag that.
I do want to say, because it came up and now I've forgotten it again. Maybe you just read the unanswered questions, because I know it's in there.
So there were several questions, and in part, I believe that they've been touched on, but the status of the dollar store RFP, folks knowing that the RFP was out there, but sort of what is the process with that and what's intended in terms of thinking about revenue that would come back to the city?
Yeah, currently June 8th is the due date, but with RFPs, it's not unusual if there is a request for an extension from one or more parties who might respond. So right now it's June 8th. We'll see if it stays June 8th or if it bumps a bit.
There was also a question, what would actually happen if the City Hall project was not done? Would it actually put money back in the operating budget?
I mean, as I said, if the project does not go forward, then the money that is currently dedicated to servicing our debt would likely get repurposed and kind of gobbled up for other uses that are recurring. And once you put that money, once you put money that's supposed to be reserved for servicing capital projects into reoccurring costs, it's really hard to pull back from that. And that's where communities get in trouble, I think.
There were also multiple questions from folks just wondering what are the upcoming meetings, I think both in terms of the neighborhood meetings that haven't occurred yet, and then any other future meetings on this topic. And I can say for the city council portion of that, I know that was one of the questions was about the city council portion. Apart from this conversation, which is on the proposed potential ordinance change for the trash fee, you heard alluded to earlier this evening, or folks who are following may already be aware, that there was also the request for the free cash transfers. Definitely some of the public speakers mentioned that this evening. Any request for a transfer of money does require a public hearing. So the city council received that request at our last regular meeting and scheduled that public hearing for our next regular meeting night, which would be the first Monday in June, which is June 1st. So that would be it's not directly this conversation, but of course they're tied together. So it's not on the ordinance, but it is the next, someone asked about public hearings. That is the next public hearing related to this topic.
Can I want to make sure I understand. If you folks vote tonight, you have to then publish before a second vote?
Yes.
Yes, no?
It's already been published.
Already been published, okay,
But it
gotcha.
requires the gap of the 10 days.
Right, so that would take it over to the 15th likely?
June 1st.
Are there 10 days between now and then? I don't think so.
From the date of publication.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks,
See?
Lister.
Okay.
It's 10 days from the date of publication. It's not 10 days between the two votes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's right. By the time you got there, we got there, so thank you.
And-
But the other question was about what other meetings are available
Yep.
for folks on this
So,
topic?
so tomorrow night is the Ward 4 meeting, 6 to 7:30 at the Cove School. You don't have to live in that ward to come to the meeting, certainly, but we're going around towards Thursday night. So tomorrow night, 6 to 7:30 Cove School. Thursday night, 6:30 to 8 North Beverly School, Ward 5. These are on the city website as well. And then, oh, it's not, I'm sorry. I see holds on some of them. I know we ran into problems with this and we redid the schedule. So maybe the Ward 5 and 6, maybe all three of you tell me.
I think Centerville is on Thursday, and then North Beverly is on Tuesday, June 2nd.
The website has it right. Mr. Ailes or Ms. Oldmixon, can you check the website?
Is Ward 4 Cove School?
Tomorrow night is.
Yes.
And that's 6 to 7:30.
Yes.
And the other ones, when they happen, are 6:30 to 8. And those times are guidelines so that the nights aren't endless. We found we've gone past 90 minutes each time, but not by a ton. Try to start right on time. So.
Thank you. Thank you. By my notes, between the things that sort of got touched on in different parts of different answers, the direct questions we've somewhat gone through, but if another counselor has one that I missed. But
Madam
I did wanna
President,
mention-
I apologize for interrupting, but my constituent services director, because she's watching too. It's amazing how many people watch us. So Ward 4 is tomorrow night, as you folks rightly said. Ward 5 is listed as next Tuesday, and Ward 6 is listed as this Thursday. So let me go back. Ward 4 is tomorrow night. Ward 6 is Thursday night, both of this week. Ward 5 is next week on Tuesday. That's where we flipped them. Okay. All right.
Thank you. And there was a
Thanks.
question that is for you, Solicitor Olmixon, that came up in the public comment, just a process question, recalling that you had mentioned that for an ordinance change to positive votes or two yes votes, if one or the other fails, the question was, is there a process to keep going, or is that the end of the process?
This about the City Hall?
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. So it requires two votes. Are you asking if the first vote fails?
I think the person who asked the question was recalling that when we had mentioned at the last meeting that it requires 2 votes, that you had just pointed out that if they're not affirmative votes, if the first vote were not affirmative, I think the question was what then, or if the second vote was not affirmative after the first, does the process just end, or is there another step?
Yeah, if the first vote does not, if nothing passes at the first vote, then it would just end there. Yes.
Can I add
Yes.
to that? May I add to that? I guess I would ask if you folks put something formally in, if you formally vote on something and it does not pass, I'd ask you to try something else. I mean, let's tonight determine what is or is not going to happen. And then it, I mean, look, if you vote to not raise it at all, then that's the end of the conversation, right? If you vote to do some kind of raise, then that would be what goes forward to a second vote. To make sense?
Yes,
Okay,
thank
thanks.
you. I just wanted to make sure I captured all the questions I had written down from members of the public. Councilor Rotundo, I see your hands.
Thank you, Madam President. I know hypothetically we spoke of what's currently as an amendment out of subcommittee at 300. What if we don't vote on it and there's no increase at all? What does that look like then hypothetically? And I'm not asking for you to give me exact cuts, but at least give us a ballpark. I know during the financial forecasting in December of 25 or last year, that, there was considerations of attrition, which you've already stated. You've already said there's layoffs, which we're seeing some. Now there could be debated on more being done, whatever that case may be. And that's when we'll have that opportunity during the budget season to do that. But as well as that, there was going to be a consideration of trash fee. And I know the number that was thrown out there was between $300 and $325. So all those things were on the table back in December. So let's just say if, one of my colleagues has stated that no trash fee, and it is successful, that it doesn't get passed.
Right.
What would that look like then? And I know there were some numbers back then thrown out at 54 FTEs. And again, that was back in December when we didn't have a better idea of the budget. It was
Yeah.
forecasting.
Yeah.
So I just want to kind of put that in perspective as we are taking this vote.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't raise it at all, it's a $4 million gap, right? Is that right? Yeah. So, there would be things that we do today that we would not be able to do at all. I think at present, with what we're presenting next Monday, that I went through that first run through that assumed an approval of what we proposed, we're putting $4.5 million in new spending into the schools. With a $300 default fee and a $1.4 million hole, we're going to try not to go below that number. I don't know that we can, but we're going to try not to go below that number with the schools, which would mean it all has to happen on the city side. If we're talking a $4 million shortfall in revenues, then yeah, we will lose a fire truck off the road. I don't think that makes any sense for our community. We will, public safety, which I'm trying to hold harmless for the most part, trying very desperately to hold harmless, right? But yeah, it means that departments, HR has 2.5 people, now they'll have 2. Planning department has a conservation agent and 3 planners, now that we've attrited the 1 position. Fewer than that, the engineering department is losing an engineer at present. So a $4 million shortfall, yeah, other things would go away in a way that we'd have big holes. We added a half-time building inspector position in my 2nd or 3rd year in office because we were not confident that we were getting to every porch in the city. By that I mean multifamilies with the wooden staircases and porches, right? And there had been a couple of fatal collapses, one in Somerville, one in Boston. And so we added to the, to the staffing there because we saw that those inspections, which are legally required to happen on a rotation, in order to make them happen. Now, we're looking very closely at what we are currently capable of doing in inspectional services, because something is definitely being cut. And, you know, and that's, I already stated that, that's in the proposal that is coming no matter what. So to go deeper into departments like that, it's going to mean we're not able to do the things that the basics that we're supposed to be doing. We have 3 health inspectors in the city. We used to have 2. I don't want to go back to 2. In order to make sure that the public, that all our restaurants, all our supermarkets, everywhere the public counts on, our beaches, in order to make sure that everything is safe for people, it's really a partnership between our inspectors and our business owners, and it long has been, and it's worked well. You know, we have to be careful of not short-staffing in a way that we can't do that work.
Thank you. So I saw a bunch of councilors' hands. This is the order that I saw them. Houseman, Milady, Feldman, St. Hilaire. So Sonia, thank you. All right, Councilor Houseman, over to you, please. Okay. Councilor Milady, over to you.
Thank you very much. I have a question, Mr. Mayor, and I understand that it definitely can't be answered tonight, but if this was to go forward, one of the concerns that we heard from some residents, and I would include myself in there, is about large items. So just case in point, any pet owner, toddler owner knows a carpet can get destroyed at any given moment. In addition to that, we talked about some other large-scale items. I know Commissioner Collins isn't here, but I would be interested in seeing, if we're able to move forward with this program, would it be possible for the city to help offset the burden of coming up with a way to collect large-scale items for our residents? There's a gentleman here, he had left, he was like an angel in a green shirt. He suggested, giving each resident essentially a certain number of items where they can go to one set site instead of traveling to Georgetown. You get those ads? Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. I mean, one of the questions that I forgot and now remember, Madam President, is somebody said that they couldn't find the list of price points for bulk items on the website. And we talked about that this morning, and I asked the team to make sure that it was put up very soon. So, it's relevant after July 1, but we're going to try to make sure it's up there this week for people to look at. We worked with Casella, and we went back to them and had them come down on a lot of the price points. Things like, what you pay for a couch, what you'll pay for a table and chair set. And so that will be posted. It was not clearly understood, and I probably contributed to confusing people with, not seeing it clearly at a prior meeting. Bulk items will be picked up at your household. It's just that they're going to cost now, and they have to be scheduled through Casella. They're planning to do a weekly run within the city for bulk items. They're planning to keep the white good pickup as we have it once a month. So this is new, and I'm not happy to say it. I mean, the cost in this industry is what it is. So there will be prices attached to, I think for the most part, any bulk item you can think of, because they're doing this work in many communities and they've heard it and seen it. But you will be able to have it picked up from your household. You won't have to take it somewhere. I also made a comment in answering a question at one of the earlier meetings that you could take trash that you had nowhere else to go with to a transfer facility. The problem is, I didn't like saying it. I didn't like how it sounded when I said it. Georgetown is the nearest one that you can just drive to as any private resident. Other ones only are open for hauler and contractors. So that's not ideal. But the bulk can be picked up here. And as I said earlier, for people who are concerned that a 65-gallon cart, which is equivalent to the 2 barrels people can put out now, people who fear that's not enough because they currently rely on an overflow bag at times, they can opt up to a 95. Again, it will cost more, but, we're trying to plan for and account for. To your question, Mr. Milady, that's the one I haven't answered. If we try to do something like that, then that will be adding costs to the operating budget because we're not going to assess fees high enough. Well, if we've got shortfalls in the operating budget because of where the fees land, and then we add to that the city's going to pay for, periodically for dumpsters to get hauled, that's really not something that we have the resources to do.
Thank you, Councilor Milady. Councilor Feldman, please.
Thank you. First, I also want to say, I did hear from a couple of people about that the city should run more like a business, and I have my MBA, I work in the corporate world, and the city no government entity can run like a business, truly, because it's part of, and that's a good thing, because it's for caring for each other, and it's the social contract that we've made with each other as a community. We're more than a business. We're not just gonna, we can't let a kindergartner go because that we don't wanna have them in our community. We can't lay off like certain people in union positions and jobs that contribute to our society and our community as a whole. So as much as I understand the sentiment, because I also deal with that frustration, it's the societal contract that we're all a part of in a community that sets us apart from the way we run a business. So it's kind of comparing apples to oranges, because most businesses would have gotten rid of some of constituents. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. But we don't want that. We want our community to be our community, and it takes all kinds. I'll say that. So aside from that philosophical aside, I did have a question from a constituent that I didn't hear brought up today. With ADUs, what are they? I mean, like, are they their own household? Are they part of the household? Or so what would a household with an ADU, what would their trash fee and their allotment look like?
Sure. I mean, old in-law apartments, that's what we had before ADUs, were more like a household, right? Household member within a house often. ADUs are meant to be something entirely different. They're meant to help solve the housing crisis in a lot of ways. So I think I'm just answering you as kind of directly as I can. I think we view them as separate households. And they would have their own carts, and they would be assessed their own fee.
But, so are they currently assessed on the real estate tax bills as separate households? That's where I actually don't have an ADU, so
Let me check. I don't know how many ADUs have come online since we passed the ordinance.
5 in North Beverly.
5 in North Beverly, okay. Oh, that's where you get the question from. Thank you.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
3
yeah.
of the people, so this is,
Yeah,
really just want to know what it looks like.
let's follow that one together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor St. Hilaire, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make the point, as we talk about the implications on the FY27 budget, that this trash fee and trash program already represents a major cut in service to our residents. I think we've heard loud and clear that this program itself is going to negatively impact a lot of our residents every single day. The cost in passing along the trash fee increase is basically saying that your property taxes no longer pay for this fundamental city service, and that is a cut in service. Your property taxes are no longer paying for that service. Regarding the City Hall project, I have the document here, Mayor, from earlier this year. This is not just fixing air conditioning. This is adding an entire building off the back end of this, a major building. It's a $30 million project. I think the difference for me with Beverly High School, Beverly Middle School, the police station, those all benefited the public in a very tangible, real way. I think we've heard pretty loud and clear that folks don't value this project. And for me, I'm not opposed to making upgrades over time, but this is a real choice. I mean, we're choosing to pass along trash fee hikes and to build this big building and redo all your offices, and it's just not appropriate, and I think we need to relook at that. I think that should be on the table. I appreciate your information about your proposed cuts. I would suggest you add the chief of staff, the constituent services director, I'd zero out the DEI director.
I won't do that, Counselor.
I look at your consultants, your travel line items, your reserve for unforeseen, your management salary increases, and, you know, I think it's a good start, but there's a lot more you can do.
Yeah. I think what we probably will do is schedule an open house and invite the community to come walk through every office in this building, because.
Sure. I have a window air conditioner at my house.
Well, come on back. I'll announce the open house. Yes, the project includes building 2 stories on the existing foundation of the old police station annex. Yes, it does. Because there are people who are really kind of sitting in far too close quarters to have workspaces that are productive to get all the work done they need. And as I said, there are 3 departments that can't be in this building that need a way to get back in. So, I mean, you folks all understand the project. We've talked about it for several years. We worked through a lot of the stages of schematic through, through design, and you already voted on it. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. Councillor Sonia. Councillor Hausman, are you raising your hand now? So we'll go Councillor Sonia, Councillor Spang, Councillor Hausman.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Mayor, is it possible to get Casella here, a government relations type, to answer some questions?
You want to get Casella here for a Q&A and just sharing of information of what's coming? Absolutely.
Correct, yeah. I think that would be helpful to hear directly from the vendor. I think there's a lot of questions that they could hopefully answer. One question I know that came up that maybe we skipped, and I know it's come up in your public meetings, Mr. Mayor, maybe it did, but leaves and yard waste. I think you've talked about how the schedule would slightly change, so I don't know if you want to chat that through.
Yes, thank you, Councilor. So we have in the current contract, we have 6 weeks of spring yard waste pickup and 6 weeks in the fall, and then we have the 1-week Christmas tree. The 6 in the fall is staying, the Christmas tree pickup is staying. We're going to cut the 6 weeks in the spring to 3. And that was a specific move to save money on the contract. So there'll be 3 in the spring, 6 in the fall. We're going to make sure that the 6 in the fall are a little bit later to ensure that there's pickup the week after Thanksgiving. I think we find a lot of people are still out there trying to take care of their yard work on the Thanksgiving weekend. So as we build the schedule with Casella, it will reflect that.
And just one final, and I want to keep it germane, but I'm sorry, I forget your name, but a gentleman over here mentioned just sort of the order of things and the process of things, and I know I brought it up at the last meeting, but I will reiterate that I do feel like having us have to cast a vote on even a first round vote before certain wards have had their public meeting is backwards and doesn't really make sense. And so Ms. Siddiqui had asked us how we plan or how we choose to engage with the community, and I think we all do it in different ways. I wanted to have a temporary committee on the city council to talk about how this city communicates with residents. Correctly, probably. Solicitor Oldmixon did tell me that that's not our purview. It is the purview of the executive. I'm going to do it anyway, just as Keith Sonia, and I invite you all to participate. But in the spirit of that decision or that information from the solicitor, I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, like how much time, thought, energy your team puts into sort of community engagement, and if you think this process and sort of hearing from the number of folks that you've heard from today makes you think maybe more time is needed to think about how we're doing that as a city.
a great deal, and yes. I mean, this is the process, and yes, we do have 3 more neighborhood meetings, and I've been looking for a date to try to, schedule one last one that'll be here or, somewhere that's a bigger space. So yes, I mean, it's all part of helping people get what they need for information. We also, and I've been kind of waiting on this conversation in this meeting, but we'll be putting information out to every resident, even those, a good number of them aren't in the program, in the coming days to ensure that people are, they're ready for what's coming, and they have a fair opportunity to opt down or opt up in size. One thing I didn't say, I don't think, is that the opt down for trash would be a lesser fee than whatever's landed on, if in fact you folks pass one, and the opt up would be more. People can also opt down or up, or you can opt down once or down twice on the recycling side. That wouldn't have wouldn't make a difference in the cost. But the default that people are going to get if they don't ask for another size is the 65-gallon for trash and the 95-gallon for recycling. But people can certainly opt for a different size, and that's a part of the reason to to start getting that ball rolling on people hearing, turning back around. We'll try to make sure everybody knows that they can come look at those, and we'll bring those to the upcoming meetings as we have with the ones we've already done. Thanks. Oh, yeah, yeah.
But it's also, ma'am, it's impossible for people following on BevCam to hear. That's why I asked that we don't have that kind of crosstalk.
But in honesty, if your concern is communication, reach out to your
Folks.
residents before all this happened. That's not fair.
So
I apologize, but.
I'm just going to remind us, everyone has been really patient and really great about for leaning into the public meeting process. I understand people may have a lot of questions and feelings. It is really important for us to be able to make sure people on BevCam can follow, but more than that, for us to be able to keep moving through the process now, and the more that we have crosstalk back and forth, the harder that is to do. So I want to thank you all for following with that process. I do understand people have big feelings, big questions about this. We've really tried to create space to take those questions, and so I do need to ask that we do stick with the order of the meeting. Counselor Sonia, are you concluded, or do you have more questions? I don't want to leave from you before you're done.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that frustration is, a sign that we can do better, and we should do better in how we communicate. And I look forward to working with you on that, Mayor, and anybody else concerned with that. And now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
Madam President, if I could, I want to say respectfully to everybody in this room, the process of negotiating a new trash and recycling contract is something that is invested in the executive branch. And so that process was undertaken. Tonight, the conversation is really about how we do or don't pay for it. But the contractual process, I mean, this industry is what it is. We went through an exhaustive process. The documents that were submitted as RFEIs are all public documents, and people can certainly look at them. And we then went through a significant negotiating process with initially 3 and then eventually, 2 haulers, and it was Republican, it was Casella, and there were multiple rounds, several rounds of back and forth, and we were able to get, repeated concessions and get a contract which we think is a very strong contract in a very changed landscape from the one we entered into 5 years ago. I will also point out that there are numerous pieces to the contract. The collection of trash and the collection of recycling and the, what's the term they use? The processing of recycling. Those 3 things were part of the contract that we signed with Casella. We ultimately went directly with the incinerator company, WIN, for disposing of our trash. So We didn't include that with Casella, whereas in the prior contract, we had included it with the hauler because we got a significantly better rate from the incinerator. So a lot of pieces to that contract, and that was the process. I think what's going on here is really the piece that people, want to have the most to say about, and I understand it, and I do.
So we have Councilor Spang and Councilor Houseman, and then Councilor Rotundo, and I'm going to make a suggestion, councilors, that we heard alluded to, Councilor Houseman, you mentioned it earlier, the way that the motion was reported out of legal affairs. And so we do need to come back around to grappling with that recommendation from the subcommittee and what our actual motion, second conversation and vote will be for this evening. At the end of our last meeting, Councilor Rotundo actually withdrew the motion at that time. So where we are right now, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilor Rotundo, process-wise, so that we could continue to this meeting without taking a vote at that point. So where we are right now is that it's been reported out from legal affairs. I will reiterate when we come to this portion exactly how it was reported out by the clerk from that subcommittee. But I'd like to take these three councilors, and then I'm going to suggest we move in that direction. Councilor Stein.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, I have one more logistical question, and it's about the yard waste. I have residents who are trying to evaluate whether to keep some of their existing barrels or not. Are people going to be able to put yard waste into a barrel and leave that out at the curb to get picked up, or does it have to be in paper bags? Not one of the new toters, but
Yeah, no, I get you. Let me ask that and find out. I mean, what you're saying is if it's in a barrel, because they're going to need to use a rear load truck for those weeks of pickup, can somebody just tip it in?
Yeah.
Likely, yes, but let me get you a specific answer from Casella.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Houseman.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, you anticipated a little bit what I wanted to say. But first, I want to respond to something that Councilor Sonia said, and that we've heard, from everyone this evening, which is the frustration of the process. It frustrates me a great deal that the council really is in a position to take a vote, or should be taking a vote, and yet the community meetings haven't finished. And because it feels to me like, that feels like a lack of respect to the community to sort of be after the fact. And so I just want to say that I hear that frustration. I share that frustration. However, procedurally, in terms of the budget, we really should take a vote tonight because we really need to let the administration know what their budget should look like that they're going to submit in a week from now. And I find that very frustrating because I feel like we're kind of operating in the dark. But I think that is sort of where we are at. I did ask the city solicitor, and if she wants to come up and amend anything I say to clarify or correct it, I certainly invite her through you, Madam President, to do so. But it is my understanding that the council can take a vote tonight, and on our subsequent vote, which could be next week, Monday at 6 o'clock in the evening, theoretically, we could vote and change that vote, change the terms, change the substance of that vote. And that would make that vote the legally binding and final vote of the council. So that tonight, procedurally, we could at least send a message to the administration of where our heads are at in terms of what we think we want to do with funding the mayor's proposal, and not be bound by it specifically, and give ourselves a chance, and some of these community conversations, I guess maybe not Ward 5, those conversations to go on, and gives us a time to sort of still work on what we ultimately want to do. But I think part of the reason I say that is that I don't want to be in a position, and I don't think the council as a legislative body should be in the position of making line item cuts on votes in the budget to try to make decisions about what are essentially managerial decisions. When the mayor puts together a budget, he goes through a long process. He meets with his department heads, and they talk a lot about what the consequences would be, what they can, what they can cut in their departments and so forth, and walk through and make decisions about what that would mean in terms of city services. If this council finds itself in a position where we're having to make those line item votes, which we may end up doing theoretically, I think it does a disservice to our constituents, and frankly, is inappropriate because I think those are managerial decisions that should be made by the executive of the city, not by the council. That's not to say that that takes away from our ability to make line item cuts if we so choose, but I think that the budget out of the box is and should be the mayor's responsibility. And if we don't take a vote tonight to send a message to the administration about where essentially we think we ought to fund the mayor's proposal, I think we will end up in a position where the legislative body is effectively doing managerial administration in the budget, and I don't think that's wise or appropriate for us. So just to reiterate, and I invite the city solicitor if she thinks I'm misstating this, we can vote tonight. We're not bound by the vote, particularly in terms of the number that we put on, that we vote. But I do think that it is time for us to start the clock running on that and get that part of it done so that the mayor, when he comes to us next week, Monday, procedurally has some sense of what we think ought to be cut in a dollar amount, but not in a specific FTE department way. That's for him to decide, as much as we can make him assume that role, which is appropriately his role, not our role. So, thank you.
I want to go to Councilor Turner, but Councilor Feldman, did you have an add-on to the community meeting comment or to a piece of that?
I did. I agree with Councilor Hausman, and my question procedurally is there any reason we must take the second vote as early as June 1st, or could we also wait longer to take that vote? Because, my community meeting is not until Tuesday, and I don't see, if we have a number to work with, I'm just not sure if there's any reason why we should rush the second vote, if that's what we're trying to achieve tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. I see Solicitor Oldmixon is at the podium to answer that.
So there's no requirement for you to take the second vote on June 1st, which I believe is your regularly scheduled meeting. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Solicitor, and Councilor Feldman, that's very helpful clarifying point as well. Councilor Rotundo.
Thank you, Madam President. Mayor, I know I asked you at the last meeting in regards, and again, it could be a contractual thing. I had asked about considering recycling every other week, and you had stated there was possibly a $400,000 to $500,000 savings annually. I don't know if that's been considered still, if it's just, I don't know if the contract doesn't allow you to change it. So I know you were going to follow up with that. I just was curious to find out where we ended up on that.
Further talking with the team, that was an estimate. That was not a number that was received in the process from one of the haulers. It's an estimate, but, and no, I don't think it's the right way to handle the process. I don't think it's the right way for us to manage our trash and recycling, is to go every other week with either of the pieces of it. So, it's not really on the table.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councilors, I had mentioned that my suggestion after we went through Councilor Rotundo would be to procedurally report what happened in subcommittee. Ms. Kent, I suppose that's rightly I don't want to take your job from you. Before I have Ms. Kent do that, I do have one question that I've also heard from constituents I'd like the opportunity to ask. It hasn't been fully touched on. I have heard, I'm sure many of you have heard from folks either concerned for themselves or concerned for a family member, elderly family member, or disabled family member or friend, wondering about is there any way, is there thought to what happens for folks for whom those toter sizes are just prohibitively large to be able to move them to the curb. I know that in other communities that I'm aware of who had moved to automated hauling, more on the South Shore and the Cape, years ago, they were sort of just thinking about this before. That was also the big question, and different communities had different ways that they thought about neighbors being able to sign up to help a neighbor or doing it in a more systematic way. Some folks may have a family member or neighbor who knows that they need help, but not everyone. I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, if that's already been given thought, or if not, I'd really like to be part of thinking of a solution for those folks.
Yeah, I mean, giving people the option of what size they want for various reasons. Some people say I have nowhere to put it, right? Some people say I never put out that much, I don't need that big a container. So, we're already offering that ability to opt down one or two sizes. We really want people to come and look at them and try to maneuver them. They're not that hard to maneuver, but then again, I know not everybody has the same mobility and balance and et cetera. So I think we want to hear from people who have real concerns about the carts and how to work with them. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I do want to say, because Jason Foster, who is our recycling coordinator and engineering enforcement officer, texted me a minute ago to say, Councilor Spang, yes, they will take barrels with yard waste and dump them into the back of the truck. Thanks for asking it.
Thank you, and I will just mention, I'm sure other councilors as well, but I would be very interested in and willing to help be part of finding a solution, whether it's, ultimately we create a hub where folks really, for whom that's prohibitive, sign up, and then someone else, connecting folks with help, or whatever way we think about it, but I would like to think about that.
Okay. Thanks.
Ms. Kent. Yeah, this is a repeat of the report from committee that we heard last week, but this is to help us just all be on the same page. This is as reported out from the Committee on Legal Affairs, where this was originally referred.
Order 142, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom it referred the matter amending Beverly Ordinance Section 244-15, 244-16, and 244-17, trash removal and disposal fee, increasing fees and modernizing language, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Make an amendment to go from 425 to 300 and 300 to 210.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Councilor Rotundo, I see you raising your hand.
Madam President, can I make an amendment to that with the conversations that we've had? I know I originally came out of committee at 300 and 210. I would like to make an amendment to do a 300, that's the standard. The 200 is the opt-down, and then as well as to amend it to add 400 as an opt-up.
Second.
All right, so Councilor Rotundo has made a motion. Councilor Spang has seconded. Councilor Rotundo, would you mind just repeating your your tiered system that you're
300 is the standardized. So from the 425 presented to 300, from the 280 to the 200 to downgrade, and then as well as to add in, if people want to upgrade to a 95 toter, to be $400.
Thank you, Councilor Rotundo. All right, so councilors, there is a motion and a second on the floor. I'll open it up for discussion from councilors. I do know that Mr. Ailes, our city finance director, is here, so I think if there are specific financial questions, he's here to answer those as we may need. Mr. Perry is still here. Councilor Spang.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have a question. Is now an okay time to make a statement?
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. Statements or questions are fine.
Thank you. What I'd like to do tonight is to vote not to increase the trash fee and to fully fund our budget and have everything without any cuts or loss in services. Unfortunately, that's not possible tonight. I've heard from many residents that the proposed trash fee is not affordable, and I wish we could influence the cost of gas, groceries, utilities, and every other cost that is going up for people right now. But largely, a number of those are at the federal level, and the federal government doesn't need to pass a balanced budget like the city does. Our budget is an expression of our values, and we'll scrutinize this year's budget to ensure that it's a manifestation of our values. To that, I realize that we've already discontinued use of the Salem Skipper, and I would urge the mayor not to discontinue using the CATA bus as well, as many residents rely on both of those in order to get around town. I am going to support the amendments as put forward by Councilor Rotundo that would still be an increase in the fees, but not to the full amount. I think that makes the most sense for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Spang. Councilors, are there other questions? Or Councilor Crowley, did I see your hand? And then Councilor Hessman, I see you. Councilor Stanley.
Yes, thank you. I have a statement also, and then I had a couple questions to you, Madam President, and whoever else. So I understand the city is facing, the rising costs associated with the new trash contract, and I agree we must address costs responsibly. Doing nothing at this time is not an option. Many of my neighborhoods I represent are designated environmental justice communities in Ward 3. A significant portion of my constituency consists of financially vulnerable residents, including seniors on fixed incomes, housing authority residents, income-qualified households, YMC residents, working-class families, immigrants, families already facing rising house costs of living pressures. For many residents in my ward, there's simply no extra $325, $225 sitting in their monthly budget. For these residents, a more than 300 or 200% increase is not simply inconvenient, but it is destabilizing. I'm not saying we should ignore the financial responsibilities. I'm saying we need a balanced approach. Fiscal responsibility matters, but so does fairness. And with that in mind, I can't support increasing the fee from $100 to $425, or unfortunately the $100 to $300. I would like to propose an additional amendments that would reduce the fee, the stabilized fee, from $300 to $200, the down fee to $100, from $200 to $100. If it had to go an up fee, it would be $400 to $300. I'll continue to work collaboratively with everybody as we make these adjustments. I also had just a couple quick questions, and I don't know if it's an amendment or how it would be done, is I would be looking for some sort of, we have it for the seniors, we have it for others, but I would also be looking for disabled veterans, and how would we work that process for potential discounts for them. I don't know if the mayor or anybody would have on how we would do that.
So, Counselor, if you're looking to do something along the lines of a veterans accommodation, that's an ordinance change?
Okay.
So you need to propose that, separate from this, I think, and then what you're proposing now, a further amendment, you know the process on that,
Yes,
right?
I know
Yeah,
that,
okay.
yes.
What about the seniors? So the seniors doesn't require an amendment, but for the veterans it did, then, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Maloney, I need to remind us that we can't be yelling out
I know,
questions.
that's a fair question, though.
I believe,
So if I'm poor,
Mr. Maloney.
and if I move into the city,
Mr. Maloney,
then I get a deduction, but if I
Mr.
fought for the
Maloney.
country for the city,
folks,
and I'm on a 100% discount.
folks,
If I'm a disabled veteran, and I'm
Folks.
100% disability defending the city, I don't get a deduction.
folks, to be able to have a public
Maybe
meeting,
if you cut down on
Folks.
an assistant or two.
I'm going to entertain a motion,
This is
counselors,
one
for
of
a
those
5-minute
things that
recess.
understandably
Second.
5-minute
pisses me
recess.
off. Support your veterans, Mr. Mayor.
No, they don't. They show up.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I'll call the full council back to order. And with my thanks again, I know it's been a long night. I know it's a hot room. I know people have lots of questions and feelings about this. So thank you. I appreciate folks being here.
Also appreciate it.
Appreciate people sharing their questions and their thoughts. And also do appreciate, I know sometimes it can really seem not intuitive why public meetings are structured the way that they are. This is a public meeting. It's not even necessarily the same as a community meeting where you might see more fluid back and forth. Really did try to take this space, open it up for some public comment. And so we appreciate people leaning into that with us, with the public meeting format, which is distinct from other types of meetings. And I know that isn't always easy to intuitively guess. So I did speak with the solicitor who reminded me procedurally, we do need to, Councilor Crowley, I heard that you had thoughts about different levels of funding that you might propose. Because the motion and the second on the floor are not a motion to just approve the order, they are already themselves an amendment. The solicitor reminded me that we need to finish conversation on that amendment unless, Councilor Rotundo, you wanted to amend yours to Councilor Crowley's level, but if not, if you're holding with your, we do need to finish that. It is distinct from when a motion to approve comes and then there is an amendment to that process. Councilor Crowley, I know we chatted about that, and so this is not a surprise for you either.
No, I'm
so
fine. Thank you.
Okay. So we have the motion, the original motion and the second motion from Councilor Rotundo. This is for 300 as the...
Madam President, point of order.
Yes.
I have no idea what the amendment is yet. I have in front of me the ordinance that's been proposed, and I haven't been able to follow, except in the general terms of what's been stated by Councilor Rotundo, exactly how those numbers fit into the written amendment that's been submitted to the council. So I would just like a little bit of assistance. I can't vote on something I don't understand fully. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure, I can help out. In section 244-15 residential, the trash fee would be for $300 per dwelling unit. And then in the last sentence, serviced at $300 per unit. Under section 244-17, those dwelling units opting to use one 35-gallon solid waste receptacle will be eligible for a reduced fee of $200. And then it would need to be included as a section that those dwelling units opting to use one 95-gallon solid waste receptacle would be eligible for an increased fee of $400. I don't know if the solicitor has a suggestion on where that should.
Thank you, Councilor Spang. I see Solicitor Olmexen is headed to the podium. Councilor Spang, thank you. That was very helpful, slotting those in. Solicitor.
Yes, my only comment on that is that the opt-up fee of $400, it's not that the person would be eligible, it's that they would be assessed a $400 fee.
Thank you. Thank you, Solicitor. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hausman, did that help answer your question? Okay, thank you, thank you. So that, there is the motion. We just heard Councilor Spang delineate further where that would fall in the proposed ordinance change. There's a second. Is there any other statements or further discussion from councilors? Councilor Sonia and then Councilor St. Hilaire. Where do I saw your hands?
Just on the sidelines, I was asking the solicitor this question. It might be a very noob question, but can we approve multiple things? Can we vote in the affirmative on multiple things tonight for the sake of advancing the conversation broadly into that second vote? So we're not abandoning, let's say, Councilor Crowley's idea either. We could theoretically vote to approve that and then create possibly more work for Mr. Ailes to kind of then allow us to have like scenarios to kind of look at ahead of what would then be a final vote. Ideally, you'd vote sort of no on certain things and yes on a final thing. I hope I'm making sense.
I think you are, and I think Solicitor Olmixon looks ready to help respond to that.
Thank you.
And Counselor Sonia, I didn't appreciate your question when we were talking off to the side. There was a little too much. I believe my quick answer is no. You have to vote on something tonight. It can be the order that's before you, an amended order as it's being discussed, but there can only be one vote on the ordinance tonight. It might need a couple votes to get there because of the need to vote on the motions to amend, but ultimately what ends, if you are to vote tonight, you will have one ordinance that you will have voted on. You can then, your second vote, Councilor Houseman, if I can perhaps anticipate your question, does not need to be exactly, the ordinance that you're voting on in a second vote does not need to be the exact same draft that you vote on tonight. So you can make a change on the second evening.
Okay, perfect.
But you can only vote on one tonight.
Gotcha. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilor Houseman, before we get to you, I'm going to go to Councilor St. Hilaire, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. So I plan on voting against Councilor Rotundo's amendment. Just want to point out, again, you know, we're going from 425 to 400 for some people, and we're tripling it for others. Affordability, we heard loud and clear, is a major issue for folks. I think, you know, we haven't got the budget. You know, I appreciate the mayor proposing some cuts tonight. It's the first time I've heard cuts from the mayor, and while we can take his word that he would have been, you know, proposing these anyway, this is the first time we've heard that. And, you know, I think this council stood up a little bit and demanded this. I think there's more to become. I think we stand strong here. We haven't had a budget. We haven't had community meetings. This is not the way to do things. I'm voting no on this increase.
Thank you, Councilor St. Hilaire. Councilor Houseman.
Thank you. I have a question, and I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Ailes or the city solicitor, probably for Mr. Ailes. Section 244-17, discounts and waivers under hardship cases. There's a reference to any resident who occupies a single-family home or condominium with an income equal to or less than 30% income limits based on. And I'm wondering whether that percentage could be changed to 40%. Is there anything magic about the 30% number? Or could it be changed to provide more relief in hardship cases?
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Mr. Ailes.
That's the provision that's in there now.
Yeah. Well, it's also. Yes.
Yeah, so that mirrors the HUD eligibility requirements currently.
Does it have to?
Fair question, I don't have that answer.
Maybe we can work on that in the next month, next week.
Yeah, we'll have that for you by the next vote for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ailes. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Milady.
I was wondering if it would be possible for the city to notify residents if they were eligible, whether it would be under the 30% or the possible 40% that Councilor Houseman said, just so people have a better understanding of what steps they can take. Because sometimes it can be intimidating to start the process yourself, but if you find out you're automatically eligible, you may be more likely to participate in that program.
Thank you, Councilor Milady. Mr. Ailes, I saw you were making a note there, so it seems like that's sort of part and parcel to that question, so we'll look forward to that information.
Yeah, we'll have some information for you at your next time you bring this up.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments or statements from councilors at this point? Well, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Vice President St. Hilaire, I wonder if you would be willing to switch seats with me. Just ultimately, you will call for the vote on this, but so that I can speak not as the council president. With my thanks. Oh, Mr. Mayor, did you?
Might I share one thing? I apologize for running in from the other room, but just so you folks know, I think you do, but maybe just to kind of restate it. When it comes to the public housing neighborhoods, the housing authority properties, we bill the housing authority directly, a certain sum based on the contract. So that, I don't know how they handle it with their residents, but of course their residents are, I think, all under 30% AMI. So the residents are only responsible for paying a certain amount each month. So I think for the most part, the housing authority foots the bill in those instances. And I'll double check that with them, but I'm feeling confident on that point. Just want to make sure that's in our thinking as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President St. Hilaire. Ms. Kent, you have the numbers for the amendment? Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, my thanks to Vice President St. Hilaire for changing seats with me. For folks for whom it's not clear why we would do that, in a public meeting process, the chair, the president, whatever name you want to give to the person who's running the meeting, is not able to offer an opinion on a motion before the body until they vacate that seat. And then they may not go back to that seat until the vote has been called for. So part of what I try to do, but part of what my predecessors also have tried to do, is make sure that the rest of the counselors are able to speak, share their opinions, ask their questions. If there is something that I feel like I would like to be able to speak as a counselor rather than as the president, I'll ask the vice president to switch seats with me, and that's what I'm doing now. As I just mentioned, I can't return to that seat until this vote now is taken, which is why it's so important that other counselors have the opportunity to speak before the president does that, so that, for example, Vice President St. Hilaire had a chance to speak, so that I'm not cutting him off by asking him to switch. So I just wanted to be able to share just a few thoughts. Other counselors, I think, have spoken very well on the many sides of this issue, and members of the public, you have spoken really well and passionately about the many sides of this issue. And one of the reasons why I imagine, I don't want to say actually that I know what you're thinking, but why it feels like such a difficult issue and why there was so much emotion in the room tonight is because it truly is a difficult issue. I think you've heard even folks talking about why they feel they will vote for this or vote for Councilor Rotundo's amended version of a fee. Wish they didn't have to. Understand the real complexities that people feel in their everyday budgets. And one of the reasons that I think we understand it, one of the reasons I understand it is because we don't just sit up here and try to make the best decisions that we can together as a group of 9, and based on information we get from the administration and based on what we hear from our budget analyst, just for the city, which we do, but we also live here too. We're your neighbors, we're your friends, our kids go to school with your kids, and so the budget constraints that you feel are very often the budget constraints that we feel, and I can say from my household, it is. So hearing people's real angst, fear, worry, Councilor Spang, I think, really rightly pointed to some of those other costs that we know are going up in our lives that none of us can control for, and they create real stress and real anxiety, and for some of us, real shortfalls in our own personal budgets. So we've talked a lot about the city's shortfall in budgeting. Much of it we've talked about being structural, that increasing revenue, rising at 2.5%, can't keep pace with some of those very same costs that Councilor Spang just alluded to, that our household budgets are struggling with. So I say that just to say that to me it makes a lot of sense that there's a lot of emotion in the room and that people feel passionately, whatever way you feel, whatever amount you're thinking might make sense, because like you, I feel those things. I've felt conflicted about this vote, and I think other councilors have too since we first heard about it, because at my heart, at my core, like Councilor Spang, I wish that I could vote for no fee increase. And I wish that I could do that and make sure that all of the services that residents depend on could still be in place. We definitely heard tonight about some cuts. We knew from our financial forecasting process that cuts would be necessary no matter what other levers were pulled. And by that I mean if the trash fee were to increase, Councilor Feldman spoke very capably at another meeting about the fact that out of that financial forecasting process, it was very clear that this budget cycle would involve cuts. We heard about some of them tonight. It's very likely we'll hear about more. It's also possible, as Councillor Houseman and others have said, that the council could, in the budget process, also make an amendment that would create further cuts. And so I guess I'll just say as a little PSA, if you're interested in this process, if you're really interested in seeing where it goes from here, June 1st is when we receive the budget, but it kicks off a whole series of Finance and Property Subcommittee meetings and Committee of the Whole, where we really do dig into the budget. A few folks talked about line by line. It's not quite that granular for every department, but we have access to that, so councilors can ask about that. It will be projected on the screen in here. Members of the public can dig into that budget too. Once the budget is received by the council, it will be on the city website. I know I will be sharing it. I'm sure many other councilors will, where anyone who wants to can go to that budget, look at different departments and drill down and look at different line items, look at different expenditures, look at where things have been cut. And if you're like me and sometimes you want to see it in a graph form that helps you visualize it, the way that the online budget will let you interact with it, you can choose those things. So there's ways for you to be able to pull at it too as residents. And I think that's for the better. That's a change that's happened even in recent years. There's counselors sitting up here with me who we know that was not always possible. It's become possible. And so my thanks in part to Mr. Ailes, who's still here, for being in conversation with us about that and then helping to find steps to make that happen. So I hope that if you're interested in this, and I know many of you are, and you feel invested, and we should, right? I hope that you'll stay tuned with us and come to those or get online and take a look at the budget. I'm not sure which one I want to use. I guess it's more of an and. As much as I wish that we could preserve all of the services that I know folks need, services at our schools, services from our firefighters, services from our police, our senior center, our library, all of them filled with hardworking, dedicated people who are providing services every day. And those are just some of the departments here where that's happening. That list is not meant to be exhaustive. Those are just some examples. Our senior center. We've heard tonight, we heard in the financial forecast that to be able to maintain all of that will require cuts, but also potentially increases somewhere. Somewhere there will be revenue increases. And so for me, I've grappled with this. I wish that it could be different. I also really appreciate Councilor Rotundo coming in with a compromise sort of proposal. And Councilor Crowley, I heard that you offered one as well. Appreciate my fellow councilors doing that. For me, it feels most comfortable, even though it will require further work. We heard for the budget to get prepared and further cuts. It feels right to strike a compromise somewhere where the full burden isn't being placed on residents, but we are taking a step towards the middle. And so that's where I'm landing after a lot of thinking tonight. I do want to note, I heard Councilor Crowley ask, I think I asked earlier in the meeting as well, what it would take for us to make the kind of reduction application for veterans and disabled veterans that we have already in place for seniors. I think the question that wasn't fully answered is why seniors so far are not veterans. There's already legislation that makes that possible for our seniors, which is good and right. Councilor Crowley, I heard you say you're really interested in working on ordinance change for veterans. Please add my name to your list. I would really like to work on that with you. I think it would be important for our city to do that. I'd like to work with you on that. The last thing I just wanted to say that's been part of my grappling is we haven't really touched on this part, although we did hear someone this evening talk about sustainability in a seaside community. The other thing that I've been thinking about is a problem that we're up against, a problem that every community is up against, is that we need to figure out how to grapple with our waste as a community. And that's part of what we're dealing with here. Folks are thinking, how am I gonna get rid of all of these things? And one of the reasons it costs so much more to get rid of our things is because in Massachusetts, we're being basically buried by our own trash. Landfills are filling up. We're paying to ship our waste to other states where there's more land. That's not sustainable. And the way it's impacting us right now is in the dollar amounts. Haulers are paying more to get rid of our waste. And so we haven't touched much on the sustainability part of this, how we take accountability for trying to reduce that waste so that we don't keep seeing these increases, but not just that, so that as a seaside community, we can really care for some of the things that we care about. Our waterfronts, our beaches, address coastal erosion that was already mentioned this evening. The good news, I think, is that in that process that we haven't gone to talk very much about, we do have some really good partners in this community. We have a waste reduction committee. We have a clean energy advisory committee. These are residents who are working really hard as volunteers on those two bodies to help us think about how we can do those things. And they're ready to help us think as a community about how we can do those things. And the impact is good for the environment, but I think we'll find it's one of the ways that we can make a more positive impact on the cost as well. I also just want to mention Green Beverly, which is not a city committee, but I know that they've mentioned, I've seen in some of the public conversation, they've got coaches. They have volunteers who are city residents, just like all of us, who are ready to help people. If you're thinking, I'd like to do the step down amount, but I really can't see how it could happen. They are willing to talk with households, with individuals, just about how you could think about getting different parts of your waste into different parts of the waste stream so that maybe you could get to that step down unit. I know those things feel like big changes. I think a lot of what's going on here is we're grappling with big changes, and big changes are really hard. So like you, I've been grappling with it. I appreciate Councilor Rotundo's proposed amendment, and that's where I intend to land tonight. Thank you. And thank you, Vice President St. Hilaire, for switching with me.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so I think we're ready to take a vote. We have on the floor a motion from Councilor Rotundo, an amendment to his amendment. We have a second, that discussion. I would entertain, I guess call for the vote. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 7-2. I think that's all of our business tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the City Council. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.